Hey. Good evening. Welcome to this meeting of your Pontiac City Council for August 8th, 2024, Thursday edition. Why Thursday? Well, there was a city election on Tuesday, so city offices and city clerk's office was busy with that. Hope everyone had a enjoyable and democratic process-filled election. A housekeeping note, we know for some that are watching at home, the light might cause a bit of a darkness issue. Somebody, not on city council, somebody pulled the automatic other darkening shade manually, which caused it to fall. So we're working to fix that. So we apologize if it caused any direct or indirect glare for you here in this chamber or at home. Just want to make that housekeeping note. We give the floor to Councilman Parker for this evening's introduction.
Thank you, Brother President. I pray that everyone has had a good day today. I hope God has continued to watch over you. This evening, our invocation was given to us by Pastor Emeritus Kathy Dessereau.
Let us pray. Our Father, we come to you tonight full of expectation. From a time when there was no hope, we are walking in hope all the time now. You've given us beautiful weather. You've given us beautiful people who have hope, who are building the city, who are rebuilding the city. And Lord, we ask tonight that you would instill in each of us who love this city, who have come to know it in all kinds of ways, hope. Hope for the future, hope for the success and the rebirth of Pontiac, and hope for our life in you. For we ask these things in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We now join as a community for a moment of silence. The Reverend Robert L. Martin Sr., who for a long time led Providence Missionary Baptist Church in the city of Pontiac. He was himself a longtime Pontiac resident, resided on the east side most recently in District 7. He passed away late last month. His services are this coming weekend. And in the consent agenda, we are taking up a resolution honoring his life and service. In addition to Providence, he also had various leadership roles through the years with Oakland County Ministerial Fellowship and often served on boards and commissions for the city of Pontiac through the years. And we want to acknowledge his very impactful life and his service. And I know he was a very close friend with Councilman Parker, not only with Councilman Parker, but especially with Councilman Parker. And I want to extend my condolences on the loss of your dear friend. Please join us as a community for a moment of silence for an amazing man, the Reverend Robert L. Martin Sr. Thank you. Yes, I do try and stagger the moments of silence, but since as that moment of silence was getting silent, it was also pointed out that Dr. Jeff Martin, no known relation to my knowledge with Pastor Martin, but Dr. Jeffrey Martin, a longtime dentist and community leader, has also unfortunately recently passed away, and the council will be acknowledging him with a proclamation as well. Please join us. Per the feedback from the community, please join us for a moment of silence, remembering the life and service of Dr. Jeff Martin. Thank you. Clerk Doyle, roll call of council members.
Carrington.
Present.
Goodman.
Here.
James.
Here.
McGinnis.
Present.
Parker.
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
All members present and voting and quorum being established, could I please have a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that we approve this evening's agenda. One item that council members have requested that we remove, so that way we can further research and review under the consent agenda. D, resolution requesting written summary of United Way youth recreation-related grant funding utilization to date, plan of action on utilizing remaining funds, requesting that being provided to City Council. Is there a motion to amend the agenda by removing that?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that we amend the agenda by removing what is currently D, letter D, in the consent agenda. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, roll call Clerk Doyle on the amendment to the proposed agenda, removing that item from the consent agenda.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries. The agenda is before us with that amendment incorporated. There's also been a request from the administration due to staff travel needs. The current number 4 under City Engineering Division, it's a resolution entering into agreement to allow usage of local road improvement matching funds program with Oakland County for Giddings Road Improvement Project. They are requesting that that be moved up so we could make that the new number 1, and everything else moves down accordingly, so that way the contracted staff that has information to present is able to make it in time. Is that amenable to the body? Is there a motion to amend?
So move.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that the agenda be amended to make the current number 4 the new number 1, and everything move down correspondingly. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing nothing further, roll call Clerk Doyle on the proposed amendment.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda amendment is incorporated now into the motion before us. It's the adoption of the agenda with those amendments. Is there anything further? Any further discussion, clarification, amendments?
Number 5.
That's right. We'll wait until we get there.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you very much, Clerk Doyle, and we'll explain that for the community, that request. All right, hearing nothing further, speakers list exhausted. Roll call Clerk Doyle on approval of the agenda as amended.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. The agenda is approved and will proceed accordingly. Is there a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker to approve this evening's consent agenda. It includes the City Council meeting minutes from July 30th, 2024, a resolution for DTE Energy utility easement approval for the Michigan Department of Transportation and Federal Highway Administration construction project at the Montcalm and Saginaw Streets intersection, a resolution approving the state annual permit performance for state highway rights-of-way, the resolution expressing alarm at the administration's prolonged Finance Department leadership vacuum, resolution calling on the Michigan Public Service Commission to hold hearings on energy rates in Metro Detroit to increase accessibility for Pontiac and the region's residents, resolution approving waiver of property transfer penalty for 325 East Pike Street, Pontiac, Michigan 48342, resolution honoring the life and service of Reverend Robert L. Martin Sr. that you heard us speak about just a moment ago. And then finally, resolution acknowledging the service of Gabrielle Shepard to the City Council. Gabrielle is a college student, has been conducting her internship this summer with the Pontiac City Council, and that concludes in the coming days. We want to acknowledge and celebrate the contribution she's made to the City of Pontiac and our City Council office. With that, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the consent agenda.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda and those items are adopted. We are now at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials wishing to give an update in their capacity serving the City of Pontiac?
Come on.
You start off.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, President McGinnis, Pro Tem Carrington, citizens of Pontiac. I am very excited to announce that after 42 plus years, we now have a new revised city charter. Let's make some noise. This is a great day. Just for the residents who don't know, 71% of the community who voted on Tuesday voted in favor of the charter overwhelmingly, and I am grateful not only to God but to all of the citizens who came out and voted. I'm going to turn it over now to our illustrious chairwoman, Tamika Ramsey, for her final comments. I do want to say this because I had to do a lot of coaxing to get her to run for public office, and she did it. And not only was she phenomenal, but she kept us together like herding a group of cats. And it was a great experience. It was my pleasure and honor to spend 3 years with all of our charter commissioners, and now we have a new document to help govern this city forward.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I appreciate that because I will not be running for anything again anytime soon. Running for my life when people ask me. It was a lot of work. I want to thank Deputy Clerk Grandison, who she had to herd cats. It was hard. Nights, weekends, there were times where we were meeting every week because we were committed to this. Not committed to our own agenda, but committed to updating the charter and putting some safeguards in place for the residents. As a taxpayer, I want to make sure that I know where my money is going. I want to make sure that I know what the mayor is supposed to do and the powers, and so as the council. I just appreciate everyone who came out to vote. It was cold, it was rainy, not the best conditions, and people still did it. Jose Ibarra, amazing. It is so amazing to have young people involved because he was doing things that us older folks probably would not have done to do education and outreach. And so I want to really, really lift him up because he did an amazing job. Also, we saw the article in the Oakland Press, and there are some concerns. We would love to be able to work to get those addressed, to talk about what the intent was. We also still have our attorney where we can help flush those things out. And I would just say in the future, when those opportunities arise, we need to have more of you coming to those meetings and giving your input. I appreciate Councilman McGinnis for coming and helping us. We appreciate the work that you did many years ago because we adopted that charter and then made updates that way because you and that charter revision commission were very intentional and thorough. So I really do appreciate that. And next time I would just encourage y'all to come to the meetings in real time and have these conversations so we're not Monday night quarterbacking? Monday morning quarterbacking. Thank you very much.
Let's give a round of applause to all 9 community members that volunteered hundreds of hours to serve on the city's Charter Revision Commission that you, the people of Pontiac, determined. All right, are there other elected officials wishing to give an update in their role? All right, with that, we are now at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, are there any requests this evening?
Yes, President McGinnis. Mr. Carlton Jones, Ms. Rosalind Norcross, Dr. Deirdre Waterman,
Two things on the agenda. Number one, I'll speak to the NAZ enterprise zones that the council is due to vote on this evening, I believe, after previous discussion. Mr. Carlton Jones, who is probably still on the golf course, was also going to speak on this. But we did have a discussion on this at the Saturday's CDC District 1 meeting, and those who were present in discussing that realizes there were some questions about what happens and the financial impact of the NEZ enterprise zones. Generally, when we have tax abatements, and that's what this is, the financial people tell us what the financial impact is to the city because it reduces taxes. And also, if it allows, as we looked at the list of the properties on that were supposed to be included in the NEZ zone, they're not just commercial properties, they're also homes, private homes, lots of them. So does that mean that developers buy up these homes? And you see every day I'm getting people calling and wanting to buy our homes in Pontiac now, the value. And so they get them, they develop them, and they get tax abatements for developing them, and then they either rent them back at inflated prices maybe, or at prices the people who were displaced then can't afford. So we need to look at that because maybe NEZs, as I see in other cities, need to be coupled with either rent control ordinances or some other ordinances which don't replace people in their communities and end up being leaving people out. So the council, we ask you not to rush to a vote as that until you get the financial analysis. And I know that's hard because we haven't had a finance director in 10 months or so. So there's nobody to give you that financial report right now. So that was just what I think some of the came from CDC District 1. But the other thing I wanted to ask about was, did the community department take the changes that you said should be in the small business ARPA administration? I'll talk about that later.
Mr. Kermit Williams, our
Good evening again, Mayor, City Council. Just briefly, I was going to talk about item number 10, but I read the agenda and saw that y'all had item number 2, which was bringing some finality to a very dark time in our city, Mayor Grimel, with the forensic audit that we tried to do. And so I just want to commend the mayor and the council on bringing this chapter to a close, making sure that the finances of the city and the integrity of the city has got to be a key component to everything that we do. I lived through it 12 years, the last 8 especially, and so I wanted to make sure that as trusted leadership in the community that y'all follow through 100%. This has kind of been way overdue, so I'm glad that you're taking it up tonight, and hopefully the legal process will take its course so the citizens of Pontiac can get some recourse to their much misused tax dollars. So thank y'all again for having this item. I fully support what you're doing to make sure that the community is safeguarded. Another reason that we added a public integrity officer to the charter was because of these safeguards needing to be in place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Charles Johnson.
That's me. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, those of you here in the audience and those of you at home watching by television. Did that sound familiar? Anyways, kudos to the council for taking up the action to not allow the roadkill nights to happen on Woodward Avenue. They're not going to be able to close Woodward Avenue like it was fully intended because we know we can't get to the hospital or other areas down on Woodward Avenue. But the most important part of this thing is the people who put this roadkill event on, and I don't blame the folk who own M1. I blame the people at Chrysler and Dodge people for continuing to want to bring this event into our city. Now, I've mentioned places in our city where this event can take place without all the hassle and rigmarole. But it's very important for you citizens on the south side of Pontiac. You have not escaped the loud noises that you have been complaining about. You wait until you hear those muscle cars because they have moved the event off of Woodward Avenue inside of the M1 property. And when they fire up them muscle cars, you're gonna really be upset. And whenever you smell the rubber burning, you're gonna really be upset. And when you smell those fumes from the gas, you really gonna be upset. So I would say to the presenters or the people who promote this, they should probably look at moving somewhere on South Boulevard, which would be a great spot for this event. But you folks on the south side, you're going to wish they had it on Woodward Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dean Vacancy.
Good evening, everyone, Council. It's Dean Bavacqua.
Thank you.
161 East Iroquois. So I'm speaking on item number 11 on the agenda, and I wanted to come introduce myself because I'm applying for the vacant position on council. I wanted to let everyone know a little bit about myself, and I guess first off, and of primary importance, I'm a husband to my wonderful wife, Melissa, who's here to support me, and I would be less than half the man I am without her by my side, and those who know us know that I speak the truth. My career, I've worked as a advertising, media buying, and planner at ad agencies all across Michigan, and for the last 9 years, I've owned my own media buying and planning company. Recently purchased a building in downtown Pontiac, and I'm going to move that company here to Pontiac. I'm also going to open a comic book store in that same facility. So we've moved here to invest our time and our resources into this community that we love and be a big part of it. We're empty nesters, so can spend a lot of time of our free time helping out the community, and I want to do it on the council. And I served Rochester City Council for 4 years on the Planning Commission, on the Cemetery Advisory Board, various boards and commissions, subcommittees, and also have the Level 1 Michigan Municipal League Education Award granted for attending all of the symposiums in Lansing and doing the hard work that's necessary. So I just wanted to say that I'd be honored to serve with you folks and help move Pontiac forward. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Melissa, I won't butcher your name. Bavacqua.
Hello, everyone. I'm Melissa Bavacqua, 161 East Iroquois. I live with that man over there who has applied for the District 2 position. I've known Dean almost 32 years. We've been married for over 29, and we've built a beautiful life together. We have 2 daughters and a brand new son-in-law. Because I've known Dean such a long time, I can say that he brings a lot of knowledge with his past experience and also wonderful traits. He's hardworking, kind, he's a good communicator, efficient problem solver, intelligent. He gets along well with others, even when there are differing points of view. And Dean doesn't like to waste money or other resources. We love living in Pontiac, and we love our neighborhood. And we enjoy all the different parts of the city. We have favorite restaurants and bars and event spaces that we go to. And I hope you'll consider Dean as the new District 2 council person. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Steve Panguri.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Steve Panguri. I represent a coalition of schools, churches, existing businesses, a proposed business that's planned for the corner on Perry Street at Giddings, and as well as a number of residential apartment complexes along Giddings Road between Perry and to north of Walton. In support of item number 4 on your agenda, which I believe now is item number 1, the administration has done a phenomenal job. The acting city engineer and her assistant put together a great summary of what's being proposed. We're looking to leverage a small amount of city funds in order to hopefully get a large amount of grant money through the Transportation Economic Development Fund, Category A, and potentially through the Safe Routes to Schools program, another grant opportunity that we'd like to pursue in cooperation with the city. It's paramount that we have the city's support on this. These projects, not only Giddings Road, but any Safe Routes to School projects associated with all of the public schools in Pontiac, will exist within city property and will need support of the city. The city needs to be the applicant on these grant applications. So I hope that the City Council will support this resolution and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cassell. Mr. Randy Carter. Oh, I'm sorry. Richard Cassell.
Hi, Richard Castle. It's fine. A lot of people say Cassell. Just wanted to, for agenda item number 11, for the District 2 position, wanted to show support for Dean Bevacqua, his neighbor, and I just speaking to his personal character, he helps out the community a lot. When I first moved into Pontiac a few years ago, he was like loaning out a mower to somebody who was renting to one of his other neighbors, and he's just willing to help around the community. I know I don't attend too many District 2 meetings, but I know that they do quite a bit. So usually I get my info when I'm asking about what type of voting, what type of ordinance are going on. I always get my information from them. And they're very actively involved in the community. I think the Housing Commission is also something that you're involved in with Pontiac that you didn't have 2 minutes. So just wanted to throw my support behind him as a citizen and say that he'd be great for this position. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Randy Carter, what item on the agenda? This agenda address. I'm sorry, what item?
No item.
Okay.
In reference to a conversation last week.
Okay, these are agenda items, so I can put you on public comment. Okay. Is Darlene Clark, which item? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, council, clergymen, and administration. On item number 12, I was at both of the a small business meeting, and the business meeting was very, and I understand that Deborah Younger was not present, but it was not the choice of anyone to cancel that meeting, but it moved forward. But it was a lot of mass confusion. It was a lack of misunderstanding on a lot of items that was addressed. So the only thing that I'm standing here and asking the administration to please, before you have another business meeting, because it is on the agenda to have another one, please give clarity verbally, publicly at this point. Is this coming from ARPA funds or is this a small grant? Will there be a credit score? Because that's the most part that they were really upset about. They need to know if they're going in here as to help get assistance with this loan, or are they going to get a credit rating through a bank in order to obtain a loan? So give very good clarity tonight as we speak on what the small business people have to deal with.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Thank you. I appreciate the council's diligence to allow me to have a chance to speak on a couple items. Last week I was up here and we spoke about this NEZ item, and I did some additional homework on it. I just really believe it's an item that we need to really understand how it impacts the residents. I myself was not aware of some of the things that go along with that, and I'm still investigating it. So I'm hopefully that council is doing a lot of due diligence on this NEZs for our city. For my take on it, it really could impact some financial issues in our city, and I think we just need to be truly aware of that, of what kind of impact it could have on our city too, before we rush to say yes, this residential, because from what I was hearing, they had been out for a while, but they really was for commercial properties initially. And now that we move into residential, I just think we just need to really look at it real close before we rush and make a judgment on it. The other item I wanted to speak about was the small business grants. I think that it came out even last week that there was an order that we had tried to do the small business grants. We said TA system was going to be put in place, and it's a reason why we need that technical assistance. If we bypass that technical assistance and just hop to the grant release, I think we're doing a disservice to our resident business people who really, truly are looking forward to that. But they need that technical assistance. And so if that technical assistance is not in place, it's just not serving the whole process to which we was trying to do. So I think we need to be very conscientious to what was the purpose behind trying to have technical assistance. And if it did not jump off and is still not in place, I think we need to make sure some extended time for the grant opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. Randy Carter, item number 5.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I came down to speak in response to last week's meeting. I noticed we had NEZ, and I'm pretty sure if this council, and even though I sent information out to the majority of you, you are not familiar with the Senate Bill 289. And it's obvious it's been going on since 2016. And if you should know, if you don't know, that if you allow the brownfields right now that will be in residential areas, that are also part of a TIF, that's also part of a DDA, which the mayor and some of you will also be part of, that will automatically harm these taxpayers in the city of Pontiac. You will automatically take money from the millage of the library, of the sanitation, of the college funds. I figured I had to come down, and it's obvious no one read it because you wouldn't even speak of it. I mean, it's a terrible thing to do because it goes retroactive back to 2016. Anything that the taxpayers voted on, even though everybody begs for them to vote on a millage, which was idiotic in the beginning because it doesn't have a limit, now all of a sudden, if you decide to put on a housing somewhere, each one of them housing units will take from these taxpayers for the next 10 years. I think it's necessary for you to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. That concludes agenda address.
All right. Per the motion previously when the agenda was being considered, we are first taking up what had been number 4 on the agenda, a resolution to enter into the agreement regarding Giddings Road Improvement Project. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution so that way we can consider it? It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. So we now have that resolution before us, and we'll give the floor to the administration for information and their initial request, and then I can delve deeper into the resolution and what's before us.
Thank you, President McGinnis. This is an agenda item that is the first step in addressing what's been a long time challenge in the community, and that's the problems along Giddings Road. There are really 2 problems. One is that there's often, or too often anyway, flooding on Giddings Road at the low point of the road. The other is that even aside from that, some of the pavement is in tough condition. And so this resolution, if passed, will authorize the beginning of engineering work so that we can be shovel ready as we apply for a TEDC grant from the state, and also allow us to reserve some funds from the county. Both of those buckets of funds will allow us to largely, if not entirely, offset the construction cost when the time comes for construction after engineering work is done. And with that, I'll turn it over to our acting city engineer, Shannon Filarecki.
I apologize. I thought I had turned it on. I turned it off. Good evening, Council. Thank you for acknowledging my need to travel this evening and moving me further up in the agenda. I appreciate that very much. As Mayor Greimel indicated, this has been a longstanding issue at the city. The flooding occurs quite regularly. The DPW has had this on the radar for a number of years, but hasn't really had a funding opportunity in which we could pursue any permanent repairs to that area. The map here that you see, the section of Giddings that we're talking about is from Walton down to Perry Street. The area where the red line kind of makes the bend, just north of that and south of the Notre Dame Preparatory School, is where there is an existing drain, the Holland Drain, that crosses underneath Giddings Road. This is a picture of one of the most recent flooding events that we had, but these occur quite regularly. We had the barricades out there again yesterday and then removed them again this morning. The situation is that the drain is only sized for approximately a 2-year rain event instead of the standard 10-year rain event. The Holland drain is what is considered an at-large drain. By at-large, it means that when you take a look at the assessment roll prepared by the Water Resource Commissioner's Office, the city is responsible for 90.04% of the cost of any maintenance done to that drain because it benefits the city as a whole, not just a specific development. So with that, any improvements that need to be done to the drain would be undertaken by WRC, and the city would end up paying 90.04% of the design engineering, construction admin, and construction costs. The current design capacity is, as I stated, for a 2-year storm event. The proposed design capacity is a 10-year storm event. WRC looked into why the flooding was occurring and how they could fix it to see if maybe the issue was entirely the drain. The drain is functioning as best it can. There are multiple culverts underneath the road right now. Adding more culverts is not going to increase capacity because the elevation of the road is so low. So in order to improve the condition to meet the 10-year standards and still comply with all of the EGLE requirements, the Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes, and Energy requirements for wetlands, floodplains, and floodways, that has to be raised 3 feet, and the estimate for the cost of that work is about $2 million, and it'll cover about 460 feet of the roadway. The roadway is a little over 3,000 feet. This is just an image where you can see where the floodwaters expand out to. The floodway is the yellow color that runs in the middle. Blue is the floodplain, and then the pink takes us out to the 100-year floodplain. As you can see, the drain crosses on an angle, which kind of exacerbates our problem because the flooding spreads out once it crosses the roadway. We have a couple of different funding mechanisms that are in play. Over the past 4 years, the city has reserved local road improvement fund dollars that are made available by Oakland County proper. It's a 50-50 matching grant. They set aside, I believe it's approximately $2 million a year, and then that is spread out across all of the communities within Oakland County. They can cover up to 50% of the cost of a road construction project. You've saved 4 years' worth of funds for Pike Street. With the RAISE grant that we've received, we no longer need those funds for Pike Street because the RAISE grant covers all of the design and construction engineering as well as construction. So what we would like to do is repurpose the funds from 2020 through 2023 to Giddings Road and assign the current 2024 allocation to Giddings Road. When you add that all up, that gives us about $1 million, a little over $1 million from Oakland County through the local road improvement program fund. We would need to come up with a 50% match. We are looking for the TEDF Category A grant to cover that match. The city has not been eligible for this in the past because we didn't have any economic development that was taking place in and around the area where Giddings is flooding. With the contour windows development that is in play right now, they are seeking economic development funds because they are seeking support from the state in moving their headquarters to the city of Pontiac. And because Giddings Road plays a primary role in that, we are now eligible for Category A funds. We did some preliminary investigation with the state, sent up a scope of work, and said, hey, if we were to propose this project, would we be eligible for funding? They came back and said yes. Now we have an application that's due by September 4th. If we want to achieve these funds, we have to submit an application by September 4th, and we can't apply without preparing cross-sections of the roadway, a cost estimate, and collecting traffic count data, because the city has not had a program of collecting that data in the past. We'll need to go out and do that very quickly, right after school starts, so that we can send that data into the state. If we miss that deadline, we will not be eligible for the TEDF funds, and therefore we wouldn't be able to proceed forward with the project. Matching funds for TEDF, they require a minimum 20% match. LRIP requires a minimum 50% match. It's a $2 million project for the drain. It's a $2 million project to repave the road the rest of the way, the other 3,000 feet. Mill, resurface, fix the drainage, and rebuild that roadway. So that gives us a total $4 million project. We're going to seek to use the 1.066 that we have from Oakland County as our 25% match, more than 25% match, to the the Category A funding, and then the Category A funding can be our match to the LRIP. So this is one of those rare instances where we can use one grant to match the other grant. The only capital outlay that the city would then be responsible for would be the design engineering, construction engineering, and construction admin. And the monies that we spend on that can also be put in as part of our match on the TEDF Category A grant, so we can show that we've got even more than 25% match, which will help us in our scoring. So the funding breakdown, without the TEDF funding, design engineering we're estimating to be about $400,000. Construction costs for the drain improvement, we would be responsible for 90% of the $2 million, so that's 1.8. For the road reconstruction, we'd be responsible for $2 million. For the construction engineering, it'd be about $600,000. So it's a total $4.8 million project. We would use 1.066 from the LRIP. Therefore, the city would then be responsible for $3.7 million worth of road construction work. If we can get the TEDF funding, the city's expenditure will be substantially decreased and only include the construction engineering and design engineering. So we're saving an immense amount of money. We have to do the drain improvement at some point, and when WRC decides they want to move forward with that, we're going to be on the hook for 90% of it anyways. So we're hoping that City Council would join us in supporting an application for the Category A funding to try and see if we can get all of this project funded. Critical dates and timelines. We have a cost agreement that's due with Oakland County. That's for the LRIP. That's a standard cost agreement. They put out the call for projects. We say, hey, we'd like to use it for Giddings Road. They send us an agreement that says, you intend to use the money that Oakland County made available to you, and you want us to reserve it for Giddings Road. So it just basically holds your funds. September 4th is when our TEDF application is due. School is back in session. I was told August 13th, but I think it's August 20th. But we'll still have time to be able to collect all of the traffic count data that we would need in time to meet the submittal requirements. And that's the end of the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
We may need to go back to other slides, but could you go back to just one of the first aerial map that showed the roadways, the subject area that was in red? Are the blue streets those that are local roads? They're City of Pontiac roads, or is just?
Yeah, we did an aerial photo from Google Earth, so it just shows where all of the road network is. Okay. I colored over the blue underneath Giddings so I could identify the area we were looking at.
Very good. I want to give the floor first to Councilman Parker, who represents District 5, which includes this subject area geographically. All people of Pontiac obviously would benefit from an improved Giddings Road free of flooding, but I know he has been most acutely on the ground with nearby residents, nearby businesses, nearby schools. So I want to get first your feedback, reaction, or questions.
Thank you, Brother President. And first, let me just say I support wholeheartedly this project. As we look at it, and one of the things, since I stay real close to Giddings Road and Fieldstone Village, I already know that the traffic has increased significantly. I already know that that's a dangerous curb. I already know there's been accidents that's happened there. I already know that it does not provide safe harbors for those kids who are going to school, because there's multiple schools in that area. And so all that being said, I think this is a very good project. We need to move as quickly as we possibly can to get this done, because it will certainly benefit not only the safety of our children as they go to school, but the community at large.
And the actions that the resolution, so the formal title is Resolution to Support a Transportation Economic Development Fund Application for Giddings Road, to execute a local road improvement plan agreement with Oakland County, and to approve design engineering for Giddings Road. So that's what the action authorizes. that the cost participation agreement by and between Oakland County and the City of Pontiac is hereby accepted, and the Pontiac City Council authorizes the mayor or his designee to sign the said agreement for a commitment of $218,350. And further, the City Council supports the Transportation Economic Development Fund Category A application submittal for road and drainage improvements along Giddings Road. And then finally, that the City Council authorizes the DPW Director to assign the design contract for Giddings Road to one of the city's consulting engineering firms in a not-to-exceed amount of $400,000 with the identified general ledger account number. So those are the three elements or the three actions that are before City Council right now for that broader project, and want to have further discussion if there is any. Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you, President McGinnis. Just a quick question. So basically, when were the Water Resource plan on taking up this project? Was it something that was near future, long time from now?
Yeah, so Oakland County started investigating the project, or the Water Resource Commissioner's Office started investigating a permanent fix back in December. Their consultant issued a report in February that identified the recommended repairs that needed to be made. They approached us and said, okay, we need to do this. It's going to cost you $1.8 million. Do you have the funds? And I said no. And so they've been holding and waiting for us.
Okay. So basically, if we take this route, how much savings are to the taxpayers? To almost $3 million?
I think it was pretty close to 3 million.
The savings would be $2,734,000.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
And that's in the direct upfront cost to us as the tax, the general fund of the city's ledger, but there are other inherent costs or burdens that if you drive on a flooded road and you bomb out your car, the people of Pontiac incur that cost.
Yes.
I know that you might not know this because it predates you, it predates me, but do you know the age of both the drain and that section of Giddings Road? I know how rough it is, but do we know how?
That I did not research. Okay. I just know that it's been a standing problem for a number of years. I myself went down and witnessed when we had the barricades up 3 rain events ago. The water recedes over time, but sometimes that's overnight, and we're not out there to remove the barricades. As soon as the water's gone, there's no way for us to tell when that occurs. And while I sat there, I watched vehicles go around the barricades and head southbound through the flooded area at the same time that vehicles were going around the barricades and heading northbound in the exact same southbound lane to bypass the barricades that were out there. So it definitely creates a safety and security issue for us.
And a capacity issue of constantly doing barricade work and that kind of, that dance.
Right. The other piece, and I believe Mr. Pangoria alluded to it earlier, is the parents at Notre Dame Prep have been very, very active in securing support from all of the City of Pontiac public schools to join in a coalition for preparing a Safe Routes to Schools plan. And what that would do is allow for sidewalks to then go in on the roadway. So once the roadway gets improved, they could then move in and do the sidewalks. So when we look at the design for the culvert extension over the drain, we would also be making sure that that culvert is wide enough to handle the pedestrian traffic that would need to go over it as well. And that can be covered under the Category A fund. We can't build the sidewalk, but we can make it wide enough so the sidewalk can go over it when the Safe Routes to Schools program comes in. So it's a lot of moving pieces, and it's really neat to see everybody gel together at the same time.
Yeah, that's very promising. Correct me if I'm wrong, but so presently there are not sidewalks on Giddings Road, or not a contiguous sidewalks?
No, there are not.
No sidewalks.
No, and we have had students be hit by vehicles.
Oh, Lord.
As they're walking. We've even had Pontiac residents who were riding a bike along there get hit by vehicles. It's dark, there's not a lot of light, there's a lot of grade change, and you have the flooding, so it's a big issue for us.
And it's in very close proximity to, of course, Galloway Lake Park, which has plans and grant funding now for major improvements to make that park even more of an amenity and a destination. Right. So to have pedestrians from residential area, bicyclists from residential areas that are either going to or from school, to or from work, to or from the park, just, enjoying and recreating. It's a big deal. Mayor Grimal, was that your hand?
Yeah, thank you. I'm really glad that Shannon brought that up, because we're very fortunate to have a number of stakeholders, including a number of people, especially Mr. Pangori from Notre Dame Prep, but also Contour Windows and a number of other community stakeholders who have been very helpful in advocating with MDOT for grant dollars. And so that's been very helpful to set the table. Obviously, we're not there yet, but it's been very helpful to have them on a number of calls with us as we explain to MDOT why this is important, and as we pursue the Safe Routes to School funding as well. So I just want to recognize them and thank them, because the more hands on deck as we seek these sources for grant funding, the more likely it is that we'll get the grant funding.
What's the target timeline if all funding approvals go into place, but is there a certain year in which you're intending for this to land?
Well, we would have to determine that based on the TEDF funding, how much funding we get. There's no guarantee that we'll get the full funding. We're going to approach them and ask for the full funding. If they come back with a portion of the funding, then we need to talk about how we would make up the differential. We would come back to City Council and discuss that, and at that time we would decide when we could move forward with construction.
Okay. Well, I mean, as a closing thought, we're talking about drain improvements, we're talking about road replacement, we're talking about sidewalk installation. If you do just one of those, sure, that's nice, but it's actually a bummer because you don't have the other two elements addressed. So it's really effective to do them all in tandem in a coordinated way.
We will not be building the sidewalk. That's going to come under the Safe Routes to Schools program, and that's a much longer process. You have to prepare the plan. There's some walks you need to do.
But if we only went for Safe Routes for School funding and we years down the road got sidewalks, well, and it's all flooded every few days,
then it doesn't work. Correct.
Final discussion? Thank you for everyone who worked on this matter. Hearing no further discussion, speakers list is closed. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on the adoption of the resolution to support a Transportation Economic Development Fund application for Giddings Road, to execute a local road improvement plan agreement with Oakland County, and to approve design engineering for Giddings Road.
Parker?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now returning to the regular order of the agenda, and safe travels to the other side of the state, Engineer Filarecki. We are at adoption of an ordinance to amend Appendix B of the Municipal Code of the City of Pontiac, amending Article 2, Section 2.103, zoning map to change the zoning classifications for one specific parcel on the east side of Sanford Street between East Pike Street and Chandler Street, commonly known as the former Purdue School. Is there a motion to adopt the zoning ordinance amendment?
So moved.
Is there a second?
A second.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilwoman James. This matter is before us. We had our first reading last week, and it has come before us in different formats as other elements have been decided by City Council. This is specifically about the rezoning, and we give the floor now to the administration and staff for information.
Yeah, thank you. We're, as we discussed in a recent meeting, we're really excited about this opportunity to redevelop the site of the former Purdue School. It's being pursued in partnership with the Pontiac Housing Commission and with Senair, a housing developer. But it's a way to expand housing opportunities for people in our community, especially affordable housing opportunities. But in order to proceed, the site of the Purdue School, which has been zoned as R1, meaning single-family home residential, has to be rezoned to multifamily, meaning apartments. And that's what this proposal would do. And with that, I want to invite Paul from our planning team to get into some of the additional details.
Good evening, everybody. Zoning amendment map, application ZMA 24-006, applicant Lillian Gonzalez, address 25 South Sanford Street, request R1 to R3 with no conditions. Process. The Planning Commission public hearing was July the 10th. The first reading at City Council was July the 30th, and this is the second reading being, of course, today, July the 8th. Now, this is a zoning map. As you can see, it shows most of the property there is R1 with a little commercial, and of course the the subject property is sort of outlined in red in the middle. Let me point this out, right there. So this is the aerial of the area. This is the Purdue School. This is Power Company Kids Clubs. This is the grocery store right there, and it's residential, so forth and so on around there. This is a picture looking south of Pike Street at the subject site. This is a picture, again, south, showing the actual notice for the public hearing and the rezoning request. Overview. The parcel, like many parcels in the area, is zoned R1, one family dwelling. This parcel was historically used as a school that was taught roughly kindergarten to 8th grade. R1 zoning designation is typically what schools are designated. The property is surrounded by residential, although there are some commercial across Pike Street to the northwest of the school. The plan is to provide housing for senior citizens and a 90% low-income housing tax credit development. The overview. The development will be, again, mixed income, and proposed amenities include open space, a lounge, community rooms. Again, the site is located on Pike Street. Now, Pike Street is going to be resurfaced, and the Clinton River Trail bike connection in 2026. The introduction of the R3 zoning district does allow for several new uses to the site that weren't already permitted in the R1 district, including some commercial. However, there are all special exemptions that require Planning Commission approval. R3 zoning district. The R3 zoning district is intended to provide a suitable residential environment for families living in single-family, two-family, townhouse, and multifamily buildings or dwellings. The following uses are permitted by right. Again, single-family, townhouses, two-family dwellings, parks, urban agriculture, community gardens. The following uses are permitted by special exemption. Various ones are bed and breakfast, learning centers, offices, community service facility, private clubs, schools, wireless towers. Now, these are the 10 standards of approval, 1 through 5 right now. The City Council rather reviewed that with the City Planner Corey Christensen on the 30th. So I'll just skip over those. Analysis. The master plan's future land use map classification subject property classifies the subject property as a civic public use. Considering the city has not utilized all the public space it currently owns, it is unlikely the property will be developed for this use in the future. The topography of the site is level, and there are no environmental features that would prohibit multifamily use of the site. The R3 zoning district is very common amongst residential parcels of this size, and approval of the rezoning will permit the uses to already, roughly it's a common area. The city's utilities and services are fine to accommodate this such use. The site was previously used as a public school. The utilities are designed to accommodate uses at a large scale. The proposed use of the site will generate less traffic than the historic use, that being in a school use. And the R3 zoning district was selected because it represents the least change necessary to permit the multifamily residential use proposed by the applicant. And again, this was reviewed by the Planning Commission, and it was recommended for approval 0 to 1. And that concludes my presentation.
If you're able, if you can go back to the aerial map, just so that we can see maybe the one that's got the different zoning parcels. P.S. The city of Pontiac should cut the grass based on that photo from July. I'm sure it has been since then, but.
The aerial you said, yeah. Okay, there you go.
The next one works.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, just to show the parcels, their current zoning.
There you go.
So that's the area in question. The question before City Council is, should this parcel be zoned R3? And that's the question before us. Any further discussion? I'll just briefly share as the representative for the East Side and District 7 where this is located. It has come up multiple months at our monthly District 7 meetings, the East Side community meetings. The feedback and the prospect of it being redeveloped, of it, the blight coming down at long last, is very well received by those that live on the east side broadly, but even those that live very close to this subject property. And so regardless of this development that's potential, I think R3 is the right move. It's how I've been voting on the other transition from former schools. They're on large parcels. It makes the most sense to give it a new lease on life and to diversify our housing stock in the city, but on the east side specifically. So that's at Pike and Sanford. It's got the little market across the street, and as was mentioned, Pike will be redone. The Clinton River Trail will be connected right there along Pike Street as well. Councilwoman Rutherford.
I just want to say that we all know in our community we have a housing shortage, and so this is can be the catalyst for other housing projects to come, so I fully support this. That's all I had.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I just wanted to, I know last time this was brought to us, this is supposedly proposed to be senior housing, if I'm not mistaken. And I know we're not in the process, this is not the development agreement, but with that development agreement, I will be looking for this to be a senior housing project. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion before us. It's shall this parcel in question be rezoned from R1, its current designation, which was the default for all of the school buildings in the city. This one was a school building dating back to the 1920s. The structure still stands, but has been vacant for a number of years. The question before City Council is, should we authorize that to be rezoned for R3 for multiple family housing? All right, hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the resolution, or excuse me, on the ordinance amendment.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The property is rezoned. We are now at what was number 2 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution number 2?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. This is the resolution formally requesting an official response from law enforcement agencies to whom the City of Pontiac previously referred results of a forensic audit conducted in 2022. Many of those watching may be familiar with this, but I'll set this table very broadly. When the term of this mayor and this city council began in 2022, a forensic audit by an independent external auditing firm was initiated. That audit, that forensic audit was conducted and concluded, and an overview of those findings were shared with the council and in a previous city council meeting in 2022. The city council voted to refer the results of that full forensic audit to the appropriate law enforcement agencies, so that way, should there be the need for criminal action or further legal proceedings or investigation, that the U.S. Attorney's Office would take that, the Federal Bureau of Investigation would take that, the Michigan Attorney General, wherever it was appropriate, based upon the impacted law for the appropriate jurisdiction. Since City Council has taken that action, so it's going on 2 years, or it may already be 2 years from now, City Council at least has not heard what became of that. Was there any action? Is there anything pending? Is there anything filed? Any charges? Has that been referred to another agency? Is it the federal, state, county level, or some multi-jurisdictional front? We would like that information so that way we can get a sense on behalf of the community on what became of that and if there's further actions that the city government needs to take. So we probably can't get all those answers tonight or in an open meeting. It might have to be a closed session where they give us, because even though it involves people that were past elected officials or appointed officials or city employees, the city may still have legal. All of us taxpayers may have some exposure from that because they were conducting business in their capacity. I don't know that. I'm not trying to speculate on that. I'm just saying it might be a pending matter that we all have to contend with in the future. And as the stewards of the taxpayer dollars, we want to know. If that's put to bed, it was referred somewhere, they've investigated it, we want to know. And so That's really what the resolution asks, for a formal response from the law enforcement agencies that it was referred to. And it asks the administration if they've heard something officially, or even if they have unofficial or informal status updates that they've received, that they could share that with City Council. So not in this setting, but that's what the request is. Okay, Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. In a nutshell, I think President McGinnis actually went over it very deeply and in detail. We just really want to get a resolve on this situation and move forward. And I think it's imperative that we close the chapter in this situation. So we haven't heard anything, so we want to make sure that we can move forward. And whatever we hear, we want to be able to move forward together as a community. So again, this is only to find some resolve in this particular situation. Thank you.
Yes, Councilman Rutherford.
So in this resolution, is there an actual timeline they're going to give us the response? Can we put that in the resolution?
I mean, I don't have the authority, the City Council doesn't have the authority to say, hey, FBI, you better answer me by September 1st. So we're gonna submit it now, and then what we can do is make an internal note, so that way we as a council maybe follow up and see if we have to take, need to do a prod or try and shake the trees to get some answers.
So what I was referring to is from the administration side, if they heard it, like a timeline for them, that's why I asked that question.
We'll run it by them. We might be able to get an answer pretty quickly on that.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Mayor Grimer.
Well, I'll give you an answer very quickly because we have not heard anything substantively since all of this occurred and since information was shared with law enforcement. So, certainly we welcome this resolution because we'd like to have a sense of what's the status on things as well. I know that as former Council President Kermit Williams shared, there's been a lot of concern with the administration before any of us were in office, and that's, of course, what prompted us to embark on the forensic audit in partnership with Council. And it would be nice to have a sense as to where things stand with that referral to law enforcement. So I appreciate Council bringing this forward.
Further discussion on the motion? And I thank Council members for prompting it, for wanting to get that clarity and get that resolved. Hearing nothing further, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the resolution before us, formally requesting an official response from law enforcement agencies to whom the City of Pontiac previously referred results of the forensic audit conducted in 2022. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
No.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, that motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 3 on the agenda, and what I'll be doing is asking for it to be placed on the table. Tabled. When we drafted the agenda for the City Council meeting, again, usually we're not on Thursday nights, we'd be on Tuesday, but we still set the meeting agenda towards the end of last week. We had gotten word that Roadkill Nights, that annual drag racing event, may in fact it was news and surprise to us that it may involve Woodward Avenue having a closure on Saturday, August 10th. And that was of concern to us. It is not something that the City Council can render a decision on, but we want to at least go on the record to say that we would be alarmed and would be opposed to Woodward Avenue closing. And I just want to share very briefly, a big reason why I'm coming at this is that we know that the MLK Bridge is closed. We know that Bagley is under construction. Gulf Drive is under construction. South Boulevard has its own that it's contending with. So you get the picture. We're already kind of congested and blocked in with a lot of construction. And if Woodward Avenue is also offline for a substantial part of a day, that's a big deal. And so that was a big factor why I wanted to at least let the council go on record on behalf of the community to say we've got concerns with it. It is a state road. Michigan Department of Transportation has a primary decision-making authority, but we're not going to need that resolution to express that sentiment because we've received word now, as of yesterday, that it will no longer be on Woodward Avenue. Woodward Avenue will not be closed for the Roadkill Nights event. Their permit that was authorized is for the M1 Concourse campus, so it'll be, internally to that footprint. And per my understanding, Woodward Avenue will be passable for your transportation needs, navigation needs, even during the course of that event. So Mayor Greimel, any further updates for the community?
Yeah, I think this is a good opportunity just to sort of share a basic update. So the event organizers had applied for closing Woodward Avenue, and for some of the reasons you mentioned as well as others, we did not approve that permit. And after we denied that permit, just FYI, there was discussion around the possibility of closing South Boulevard, but we have not done that either. And so we've arranged to facilitate safe walking of pedestrians across South Boulevard if needed, without the closure of South Boulevard, because we want to make sure that we're not creating more congestion when we already have so much construction going on in the city. So I did just want to give that update. There will be closure northwest of the intersection of Rapid and Franklin, which is not a thoroughfare. That's not a through street. But that's going to be used as a staging area for the event, and so that should not have any impact on traffic.
Okay. And is it correct that it's a Saturday, August 10th event? There is some other activities leading up to the Woodward Dream Cruise weekend. There might be some other activities at M1 Concourse that might be even before the 10th, but again, we're mainly concerned about what about the thoroughfares. So the thoroughfares won't be harmed.
That's right. So there won't be any closure of thoroughfares. The stretch of, I don't know if it's technically Franklin or Rapid there, that will be closed is the dead end cul-de-sac tail end of whatever that is. I don't know if it's technically Rapid or Franklin. And so that shouldn't have any impact on traffic flows.
And as a final note, we have received feedback from members of the public that want to ensure that during those high profile and potential high impact sound, to ensure that code enforcement continues to be monitoring and pursuing that. So we just refer that request to the mayor and the code enforcement team. All right, is there a motion to table item number 3 from the agenda?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the motion to table.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. It has been tabled, and so we move on to number 5 on the agenda. It's the resolution approving an establishment of neighborhood enterprise zone
So
in
moved.
Pontiac. It's already been moved and seconded. We had postponed it for 1 week after deliberation last week, and administration has requested that we postpone it further, so that way modifications to the resolution and alignment can happen.
Point of information.
Yes.
What's the timeline when this is going to actually be done? Because it's going to impact projects that are trying to depend on this tax.
Yeah, we can
incentives.
give the floor to staff and attorneys who might be able to shed light into that.
Yeah, I can share that information. So there are really 2 elements of resolutions that need to be approved. One is a resolution just indicating that the NEZ is in conformity with the city's existing master plan. I'm not talking about the master plan process we just embarked on, which obviously hasn't been completed yet, but just certifying that it's in compliance with the city's existing master plan. That's required under the NEZ law. We anticipate bringing that before council this coming Tuesday.
Okay.
The actual adoption of the NEZ cannot, under the law, take place less than 60 days after the public hearing. And so based on when the public hearing occurred, which already occurred at a past city council meeting, the actual approval of the resolution itself cannot occur before August 27th. So that's when we anticipate bringing that before city council.
And my follow-up just to the administrator. So I just was wondering, because of the lighthouse and the other projects that are trying to use this benefit, especially 91 North Saginaw, just to name a few, and I don't want them to be able to lose out on the funding that is actually available with the benefits of that. So that's why I asked that question.
Mayor.
Yeah, my understanding is that timing that I just outlined will not have any adverse impact on those projects, but we do have our economic development manager, Deborah Younger, here, and she can confirm that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. That is correct. We have worked out with MSHA and other funding agencies that just confirmation that the district is in place is what is required for their applications. Because, as you know, each certificate will have to be issued individually.
Right.
And depending on when the construction is to take place, we don't anticipate some of them coming back for several months because construction won't start for several months, but they need to close, and closing is based on the certification that the district exists. And I've talked to all of the financing agencies involved in each of those projects, and they are satisfied that if they have a copy of the resolution confirming establishment of the district, the projects can move forward.
Thank you so much.
So I think what may be best, and I want to engage you to confirm that, is that we table this indefinitely or postpone it indefinitely, because what we may want to bring is a modified resolution, which would then be a new one, if that's fair, based on, because what we had taken up was the more comprehensive, full adoption of the neighborhood enterprise zone, and what I anticipate you want next week is something more just authorizing that we want to pursue a neighborhood enterprise zone. Is that correct?
What I'm asking for next week would be, there are several steps. We've done notification of taxing jurisdictions. Then you have to have the public hearing, which we have held. The third step is certifying conformance with the master plan and goals and policies and objectives of the city. And
that's what you envision for next week?
For next week, correct.
Okay, and that is not the resolution?
That is not the resolution, but I would not ask that you postpone indefinitely, because in fact, to meet the timelines for the funding projects that are moving forward, we need to do that. If we modify it, we have to start all the way back over. So the clock begins ticking again. So we're talking about at least a minimum of a 90-day process if we were to table indefinitely. So I'm asking.
So next week you need a resolution of conformity.
Correct.
When's your target for the full resolution?
27th.
The 27th, okay.
Correct.
So is there a motion from council to postpone resolution number 5 to the August 27th city council meeting? It can be during postponement, but it's been moved, and is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so now the motion before us is postponement. Your question is now available.
Thank you. I'm looking at through some of the lists. Explain to me, just so I can understand. I went online and I read a lot about it. So how some of these properties were actually chosen, and do they have to be in 10 lot blocks, is what you're saying?
Correct. So what we did is we mapped out where we anticipate future development opportunities. We know, for instance, we have 3 lighthouse projects, 2 are rehabilitation, 1 is new construction. We have 111 Oneida. We have the downtown district, which includes the transformational brownfield proposed by Dennis Griffin and Allison Bishop. And then we looked at where we might see potential growth opportunities, with the understanding that we had to have 10 contiguous parcels to be included, also understanding that there is a limit of 15% of the total acreage in the city that will be included. Now, obviously, cities add, modify, change their NEZ districts. This is our proposal for now. At any time in the future, if we want to change it, subtract or add, we can do that. Many cities do that. For instance, once an area becomes fully developed, they remove it from the NEZ, and another area that they're trying to stimulate development in, they add it to the NEZ. But we did our best estimate and guesstimate of where we saw future trends in development moving forward on the housing arena, or where we wanted to spur that development, and those are the parcels that we included. There are 4,100 parcels included in this, which represents about 14% of the total parcels in the city of Pontiac. So that leaves us a little bit for additions moving forward. And again, this can be a fluid process. I would recommend adoption at the end of the month. And again, we can always amend later, starting the clock over. But to accommodate 5 major projects representing over almost $200 million in investment in the city of Pontiac, I would recommend that we move forward on August 27th with adoption.
My follow-up question, because I'm definitely concerned with some properties that is chosen on this list from my district, because some of these has already been rehabbed and they don't need to be rehabbed. So I'm trying to understand the reason why they're on this list.
Understand that you have to show everything in that area around it. Each property that comes for any major redevelopment has to have a certificate. They file a certificate, I will have to bring it to you. The exception are homestead properties, which I'll outlay for you next week what constitutes a homestead. That's an individual property, a homeowner. There's a lot of conditions for what are a homestead. But major redevelopment properties, properties that have already been rehabbed, would probably not qualify anyway. And again, you, City Council, have the opportunity to approve or reject properties. So we had to do an area large enough that we could cover things that we anticipated. So there are parcels in there that we never anticipate would be applying for a certificate under this program.
I don't want to go back and forth with you.
Okay.
But I'm definitely concerned when I see whole blocks that I know have already been remodeled and there's nothing on that street that needs to be remodeled. So I guess I'm just kind of confused about why we would even have it on this list.
Mayor Grimal might have an answer.
Yeah, I just want to, I tried to convey this at the last meeting as well, but this is just a region of the city where properties are eligible. This does not actually, if approved, this will not actually grant NEZ status or give tax abatements to any of those properties. This just says where the region in the city is where properties are eligible. If individual properties that are within that geography want an NEZ, they have to separately come forward and apply, and those individual properties would have to come before City Council and get approved. So this is just the first stage. This doesn't actually give an NEZ status to any property. It just designates the region within which individual properties can apply for NEZ status. And that would be another step, and any property applying for NEZ status would have to come before City Council.
Councilwoman James is next on the speaker's list.
Yeah, my question is, has there been any changes to the resolution since we received this?
I'm not quite sure, but no, it's my understanding. It's just the order was out of line, so that's why we're postponing the resolution. There have been no significant changes. It's just that following the state statute, we got before ourselves, and we can't do the adoption before we do conformance with the master plan.
Okay, but there's been no change
No, there have been no
to
changes to the resolution.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
Councilman Rutherford?
I think it might be helpful that when you do the presentation that you give out like bullet points to people so that they have the talking points, because what will happen is oftentimes people give out misinformation or they have other things that they want to try to point out, but this is a great opportunity, and so people need to understand the benefits of an NEZ, whereas how it doesn't benefit. We have projects that are coming along that this is going to directly benefit. We have homeowners that this is going to directly benefit. So if you could just do bullet points so that we don't have to have all the jargon and the misinformation, I'd really appreciate it.
I will have a full PowerPoint with corresponding handouts next week.
Okay, what we have before us is the motion to postpone this particular resolution to August 27th. Further discussion?
Yes, one statement.
Okay.
I just want to say that I understand that we have projects, and I am in support of those projects, but I'm also concerned with areas of my district that I feel that maybe should be in this project. And I see areas that don't need any help, and they own this sheet. So I just want to make sure the council understands what I'm saying. Thank you.
Is it to postponement?
No, I'll be nice. Go ahead, let's vote.
Okay. Any further discussion on the postponement to August 27th? Speakers list exhausted. Roll call. Clerk Doyle on the postponement.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. It'll be back before us August 27th, that particular resolution, but the NEZ deliberation will continue next week with a different resolution. We're at number 6 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the budget amendment?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. This amends for the current fiscal year increased in estimated revenue in the general ledger account number 101-000-674.100 MEDCMP. contribution from MEDC for $30,000, and increases in the appropriation in the general ledger account number 101-721-818.000 MEDC MP, other professional services in the amount of $30,000. This budget amendment was discussed 2 weeks ago when we authorized posting it, but it was also addressed in terms of us accepting this grant funding, but I'll allow the administration to provide further information.
Yeah, thank you. This is really about accepting grant funding to help defray a portion of the cost of the master plan. And I know we have our grants director here. She may be able to speak to this. I don't know if we have anybody from planning in the room, but this is pretty straightforward in that this is a budget adjustment to account for and accommodate the $30,000 in MEDC funding to assist with the master plan process.
Director Campbell. There's a little button with a little talking person that turns it on.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. So yes, this grant is from the Michigan Economic Development Corporation to provide technical assistance to the planning department with the master planning process. So it's $30,000 in the amount of $30,000.
Okay. Deliberation on this budget amendment. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Good evening, Ms. Campbell. How are you?
Good, and you?
I'm very well. Thank you so much for just starting boots on the ground. I just appreciate you trying to get help to get this done, and this is so necessary. So I just want to tell you, good job on your first one.
Thank
Any more
you.
to come.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call Clerk Doyle on resolution to approve the budget amendment, bringing in $30,000 extra dollars and appropriating it accordingly for the grant funding to assist with the master plan.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The budget is hereby amended. We're at number 7 on the agenda. If you thought $30,000 in new money was fun, how about $1 million?
So moved.
Number 7 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, to adopt the resolution approving an urban forest restoration grant funding of $1 million from American Forests for tree planting and maintenance. So that's the matter before us. Mayor Grimel and administration for information.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. So I think you summed it up well. The part I want to emphasize is this is a big grant, $1 million, that is not just for tree planting, but also for tree maintenance. So a portion of it has to be spent on tree planting, but we also, as probably everyone in this room knows, have a lot of needs for tree maintenance as well. And so we look forward to this injection of resources to support our tree maintenance efforts. We have a lot of trees in public right-of-ways that need to be better maintained. We have a lot of other trees on city property that need to be better maintained. So this is a really big positive in terms of allowing us to take better care of those trees. But also, we look forward to an opportunity to plant trees where appropriate as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to Grants Director Campbell.
Good evening again. So just a little bit about this grant. So the process will start with an inventory of the trees currently located on city-owned property. And that inventory will include location, species, size, overall health, and whether or not pruning or removal is necessary. The grant includes maintenance, like the mayor said, or tree removal. Trees that require maintenance will be pruned or treated, and trees that must be removed will be removed, including the stump. And new trees will be planted using the list of city-approved species where trees are currently missing, mostly along streets, right-of-ways, and in parks. So all of this work will be performed by companies contracted with the city using the city's RFP process, and the project is expected to be completed December of 2026. And I also want to just thank the grants team for their work on this grant. This grant was submitted before my arrival and awarded before my arrival. So I really just want to thank them for their efforts on this.
No new trees in 6th District, though.
None in the one.
I just joke. It was a joke.
Order.
So, yes.
You still have the floor.
Oh,
Despite
thank you.
that outburst over tree root hating.
Right. So that's the gist of the grant. We're excited to bring these funds to the city and be able to do this work. 100% of these funds are going towards the work and the supplies needed to get the work done. So
That's great. That first assessment is going to be really useful for our operations across the board. Councilman Rutherford?
So when does the funds, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
When do the funds actually come in-house, when we actually have those funds available?
they are set to be dispersed soon, I think in the next 4 weeks. They're wrapping up grant agreements right now.
Okay.
So they haven't been dispersed to any of the grantees just yet, but it's coming due.
And my follow-up is, the reason why I asked that is today I was approached by Gardner Wash, and they had, the Rotary Club had applied to actually receive some form of a grant. Now, I was very confused, but now I know what he was talking about. And so I just wanted to know, what the timelines, because I think they want to be a part of the tree planting solution. So
I'll be sure to write that down and let them know when the RFP process has started.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, and on a serious note, this is for the administration. Will some of this grant money be used to actually take care and trim some of the trees around the city and neighborhoods that are unkept?
Yeah, as I said, any tree that is the city's responsibility, meaning trees in the public right-of-way that are between the sidewalk and the street.
Or on city property.
Or on city properties, parks, the cemetery, et cetera, those will be the focus for these dollars.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution to request approval to accept a $1 million award from the American Forest for the Pontiac Urban Forest Restoration Project and to execute the grant agreement.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and we look forward to updates to come. We're at number 8 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, to adopt the resolution approving agreement with opioid settlement funds with Kroger. And Mayor Greimel and administration for information.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. So this is one of a number of class action opioid lawsuits that have been aimed at a variety of people in the line of work of providing opioids to patients. And these are nationwide class actions. This particular one relates to a class action lawsuit against Kroger pharmacies for providing opioids to patients in excessive quantities or at unnecessary times. And we are one of the many plaintiffs that are part of this class action. And this is simply seeking approval from City Council to get agreement for our participating in this lawsuit and receiving the funds from the lawsuit.
Okay. Madam City Attorney, anything further you'd like to expound upon? Microphone.
Yes, good evening, council, residents, administration. The city is going to receive approximately, well, the state will receive approximately $1.2 billion to abate those problems associated with opioid addiction. And under this agreement, particularly with Kroger, it should be about $60,000, which we'll start receiving in increments over a number of years. First couple of years, it'll be about $5,500 until we reach the final amount of about $61,000.
Okay. And this is, of course, with Kroger, the Kroger Company Pharmacy. Full disclosure, I used to work there, but I don't anymore. I never worked in the pharmacy, but that was my first job, the one at Squirrel and South Boulevard. But there was a previous opioid settlement with another entity, I want to say the Sackler family, or, the big, was it Pfizer? Whatever the big guns. And so the city of Pontiac has previously, approved us entering into those agreements. I believe those funds have been received. They have not been utilized, so we still await the administration collaborating with council in terms of permissible uses for those funds, and then now adding on these new funds, should this be approved. But anything further you want to expound on that?
Yep, this is one of 9 settlements that the city is a party to, so like Walgreens, CVS, Walmart, and we have started receiving funds from those settlements.
And they have very specific constraints on how that can be used. It's not sort of just a general funding settlement. It needs to be used for certain prescribed benefits that relate to those that have been harmed and how the community is harmed.
70% would be for opioid remediation, which there's a specific definition. It is pretty broad on what those funds can be used for, and then 30% can be used in other ways.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Councilman Rutherford.
Good evening. So to the administration, we have an opioid clinic that is in downtown Pontiac. You're familiar with it. It is my hope that you guys reach out and we have some form of a partnership so that they can actually benefit from this. And because opioids is a real thing. Fentanyl is killing most folks. And I just really want them to know and be a part of the solution because they are experts on it. So I just wanted to give that flag there for the administration that we do have an active clinic in downtown Pontiac that could desperately be a part of what we're trying to plan. We want to make it use. I think I wanted to ask, and I guess I wanted to ask this. We received how much from the last settlement? Just as a point of information, what was the amount?
They all have varying amounts. So was there a particular?
I think it was a large amount of money we received at one point, $800,000, if I'm not mistaken.
One of the larger amounts we received was from Walmart or Walgreens, and it was approximately like $131,000. But like I said, each year you're getting specific amounts from different, like over 9 different agencies.
Right. I just wanted to make sure that we have a partnership and find out how much money we had available. That's why I was asking. But thank you.
Of course.
Any final discussion on the motion? Hearing nothing further. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Gremel.
No, that's fine. I can talk offline. I wanted to confirm that you're referring to the Oakland County Harm Reduction Clinic. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Yep.
So this is a resolution of the Pontiac City Council authorizing entry of participation agreement in partial settlement of the Kroger National Prescription Opioid litigation. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 9
Thank you.
on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman James. This is a resolution for fireworks permit requests from M1 Concourse for Dream Cruise Weekend. We give the floor to the mayor and administration for information.
Yeah, thank you. So obviously opinions on fireworks vary. Some people love them and enjoy them. Others really dislike them. So I know that these kinds of applications for fireworks permits are always dicey, but I will say that it is our recommendation that this be approved, in part because we think that this is a fitting activity for Woodward Dream Cruise Weekend, and that's when these, because there are 2 of them, Friday and Saturday night, fireworks displays are being proposed to be done. And so we know that there's a lot of noise anyway on Woodward Dream Cruise Weekend, especially along Woodward where M1 Concourse is located. And so we think that this is an appropriate festive occasion, but also an occasion that's already noisy, which is why we're recommending approval.
All right, discussion on the motion before us. I do want to flag that my understanding, based on unfortunately driving during the Woodward Dream Cruise and being on Woodward sometimes, that seems like the Oakland County Sheriff's Department at 10 o'clock p.m. closes Woodward or tries to divert traffic, and it might be at South Boulevard. And I just flagged for the Oakland County Sheriff's Department, whatever their traffic mitigation is, and I appreciate they're trying to get the noisy cars and the ones that are especially rowdy late at night, get them from zipping around on Woodward Avenue. As somebody who lives right off Woodward Avenue, I really appreciate that. But it probably would be really strategic so that way M1 Concourse knows that, the city knows that, and you can share it with the public, what that's going to mean, because it may impact those coming or going from whatever Dream Show weekend activities are at M1 Concourse. Any additional discussion? Councilman James.
Yeah, I've got some concerns about it. First of all, that I think this is their, 5th application for fireworks. And even though I recognize that Dream Cruise is one of our best events, not only in the city but in the state, I have to wonder why fireworks has to be a part of that. Are there other cities along Woodward that are doing fireworks? Because I don't really hear of any of the other cities along Woodward that, I mean, they're celebrating, they're doing all kinds of things to celebrate Dream Cruise, but not through fireworks. So I'm just kind of wondering why all of that seems to fall in Pontiac.
Mayor Graham.
Well, I don't know the answer as to whether other event organizers in other communities are doing fireworks that weekend. I will say that M1 Concourse has a few major events every year, and one of them is what they call the Woodward Dream Show, and this is being done in conjunction with that. I know that a lot of other communities along Woodward have other signature events occurring within them. I don't know offhand whether or not any of them have fireworks, but as I said, I think that this is a weekend when fireworks are still enjoyable for those who love them, but are actually less annoying for those who hate them because there's already a lot of noise happening in the evening.
Any further discussion? Councilman Parker.
Yeah, my question is, why do they have to do it both nights? Anybody?
Mayor Graham.
Well, we do have a representative from M1 Concourse here, and so I don't want to throw him to the wolves, but I think he maybe can speak to some of this better than I can.
All right, we give the floor to Mr. McGrain, representative from M1 Concourse, that can give us perspective on what's on tap for that Friday, Saturday, which will be not this coming weekend, but the weekend after.
So thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So to answer your question, the event is a two-day event, as the mayor said, Friday and Saturday, and we get different people attend both days. Obviously, on Saturday, there are some people that do their traditional Woodward Dream Cruise activities, wherever that may be along Woodward Avenue. So we're actually looking to have potentially, a different group of people at M1 both nights.
And what's the roster of activities on for that Friday and Saturday? What's been shared with some businesses is that you are having vehicles on that Saturday afternoon coming up the Woodward Loop and into the downtown.
That is correct. So on Saturday, we are doing a parade from M1. We were requested by the city this year to make it later in the day. We started that last year. It was a morning activity. It went downtown. The car stopped in Saginaw for residents to enjoy. Timing-wise, and maybe not getting the word out, or first year, there wasn't that much attendance by residents, but this year we were asked to do it in the afternoon. So in collaboration with city administration and the sheriff's office, so there'll be about 70 show cars coming from M1 up Woodward to Saginaw, parked for people to enjoy the car and to kick off some of the other city activities that are happening.
Okay. Mayor Graham.
Yeah, we're really excited about this aspect of our Woodward Dream Cruise activities, and we're actually going to have Robin C., our events coordinator, here on Tuesday to present very briefly some basic elements of the city's Woodward Dream Cruise festivities downtown. There's also going to be a Pontiac alumni reunion festivity that happens immediately after the city's activities conclude. And as part of those, we're having these 70 cars. I think all of them, or the vast majority of them anyway, are Pontiac GTOs in honor of the 60th anniversary of the Pontiac GTO. And so it should be fun, and we encourage folks to come out and see this really impressive, massive display of Pontiac GTOs in the heart of our downtown.
The permit requests, the dual permits, what would be the time and the duration of the pyrotechnic?
Traditionally, we do them as soon as it is dark. So it could be 9:30, 9:45. And they're usually 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. I would just flag that should it proceed, that the administration communicate to residents about, the timing of that, so that way they're aware. Yep. Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the resolution for approval of Gen X Pyrotechnics request for fireworks display during M1 Concourse Dream Show and Festival on August 16th and 17th, 2024.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, thank you. And it's been said in other city council meetings, but you weren't here. Councilwoman James was reflecting, we don't have the keen interest of having many businesses in Pontiac or schools or churches or neighborhood associations that have frequent fireworks. So choose when it really is effective, because it's not an every weekend rubber stamp that we'd be all about. And that would be true for any other business. Yeah, absolutely. The topic's before us, you're here, so bring it up.
So if I may, while the opportunity, and the comment was made earlier by Councilman James about the 5 fireworks have been happened, that is not entirely accurate. We do our one annual event, which we call Cars Under the Stars, which is done traditionally the weekend closest to July 4th weekend, as long as it's not on July 4th because of all the other major events. This year we did apply for one other firework permit, but that event did not happen. So this is only the second time that we have done fireworks. Now, there have been other fireworks in the area, and a lot of people think they come from us because I get lots of calls, but they are not us.
So that's helpful. So even though City Council has authorized a permit request, it wasn't acted upon?
That is correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Councilman Rutherford?
I do have a question. How much does it cost for the event for that you guys are having at M1?
It's not inexpensive.
Okay.
But, I mean, to your point, the one that's around the 4th of July, the city used to pay to do a fireworks display. I remember going as a kid. When times were tight, that was cut by those before us. So really, M1 Concourse is incurring the cost. You've had Coca-Cola be the sponsor for the larger one that's closest to the 4th of July. Do you have a ballpark on what that cost would be incurred?
I mean, for the fireworks company we use, and we have traditionally used the same company, it's usually about a $15,000 expense, just for the fireworks.
Thank you for that frame of reference. All right. Thank you for council and the community for allowing that the other side. We just wanted to express the council's sentiments about that. We are at public comment. Pro Tem Carrington, might there be a request tonight?
Well, we got about 20, I believe.
Okay.
No, I'm just joking.
Oh.
Mr. Carlton Jones is first.
Wow. Okay. Let me just say this first and start off. Councilwoman James, I really appreciate your tenacity of asking some real good questions. I appreciate you willing to stand forward and say no when you feel no. That right there is a testament to you being representative of what your heart and what the city is about. And I also want to say thank you for reaching out and making sure citizens was engaged with this component of this youth center. There was a meeting last night. I have to speak to it for a minute because I was kind of put back at the session because it appeared to me, and I don't want to come up here as if though it's always beefing about something, but it has appeared to me we've been wondering how the youth center is going to be paid for. And last night at this session, somehow or another, it was said that there's $24 million set aside that nobody really knew about. At least I didn't. And this is supposed to be city money. I'm thinking it's all of our money here. So are we hiding funds to say what we want to do in this city? I just couldn't understand it. Because we have not been given guided directions to professionals to how much money we got. And so now we get ready to try to do a project, and somehow or another we've got this stash of money, and I call it that came out and said this is money that we working with. And I'm just keeping it real, because we have to really be honest if we're going to make the decision about what we want to do with this youth center and other things. Now, you guys know I speak about workforce development all the time. All the time. I sat in a meeting last night also about the planning commission. And President McGinnis was there, and it was strange because this happens a lot. People bring things to us, they all nice and fancy and look nice, and somehow or another they don't have the money to do it. They come back and want to do some downplaying, and we just push it through because we need this. We have to quit being good enough for Pontiac. I was really disturbed that they was asking for what we thought was going to be a nice, and I love Lighthouse, but then they came with this washed down, flat surface, you know, and it was approved to go through, and it really was hurting my heart that was changed like that. But that's been going on in Pontiac for a while. I do want to say, I only got 30 seconds. I am glad to say that we are really making this change to work with clean energy for workforce development. You're going to be hearing some things. In the last 8 months, we've been really developing a whole program for clean energy for workforce development. And let me let you know, workforce development is not just necessarily getting a job. It's getting credentials. Getting credentials so our income level. The problem we have in Pontiac is our income levels. We can't take advantage of things because our income level is so low. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Rosalind Norcross.
Is it Rosalind? Rosalind.
Good evening, everyone. Council. I'm Rosalind Northcross, and I live at 168 Astorwood Street. And the first comment I have is regarding trash. Yard waste pickup in particular. Mine has not been picked up since it's been in front of my house for a week now. And I followed all of the procedures, sent the email, I phoned every day religiously. I filled out the form online to priority. And tonight when I left to come here, my yard waste is still in front of my house. I really hope that the trash situation improves and that I can, with confidence, put my trash out, my yard waste out, and know that it will be there. I had to repackage all of that stuff because it sat out so long. The bottom fell out because it was wet, and I had to do it all over again. So I'm hoping that this is going to be a one-time only experience. The next thing I'd like to talk about is I'm concerned about the 2 nights of road noise emanating from M1. They're sponsored by M1 and Dodge. The Sick Festival, which is going to have cars with screeching tires until 9 o'clock at night. And residents are going to be subject to that. And then the next day is going to be the roadkill, which is going to be at M1. And again, it's going to be loud, it's going to be noisy, and we are sincerely hoping that code enforcement is going to do its due diligence. We hope that they have not been given a special exemption or permit from the noise ordinance for these activities. We hope that you will do what the law says that you're supposed to do. Keep the levels under 71 decibels, and we're really looking forward to that. And the last thing is the trees. I'm excited to hear that we're going to be planting, well, maybe or maybe not, planting trees in Pontiac. But if we do plant trees in Pontiac, I hope that we have something in place to maintain those trees, that we have a forestry system that is going to make sure that the trees are trimmed or pruned or removed when their life cycle ends, because it's really been difficult trying to deal with trees that no one takes care of. That's it for tonight. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Dr. Waterman next. He was just letting you know you're up, so that way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, Deirdre. Thank you.
A few words about the ARPA small business. I brought to your attention last week, Council, that the ARPA program is induced or introduced by the administration had many restrictions that were going to cut out the eligibility of a lot of our small businesses, and you agreed that that was not appropriate. In fact, I think somebody called it unacceptable. So we haven't heard anything from the administration in terms of whether they have made the changes that you knew needed to be made. So we hope that they're not ignoring you, and then we'll listen to that. But I, too, am happy about number 2 and number 3 in terms of what's happened since this supposed forensic audit that was done, because there was a lot of smearing of names and smearing of the Oakland University project and calling them corrupt and all the things. And so I, too, am waiting to see what happened with that and what the follow-up is. So the only thing I know that has happened or heard about in any investigation is I've heard 2 people say something about they knew about an FBI investigation. I think Tamika Ramsey was one at a council meeting and Brett Nicholson at a District 2 meeting. So that's the only thing I've heard. So I'm interested in having that to clear this up. But I'm going to read the same statement I made the night that made the report. It is so sad that Mayor Grimal started on the very first day of his term as mayor with the personal attacks against me, including the lie that the city was in deficit. He knew that was a lie, but he got you to believe it, and so that's why you voted for the forensic audit. He came back the very next week and corrected the lie. But nonetheless, that had been done. With all the transformational progress that Pontiac has made and the huge surplus in economic development I had left for him to build on, citizens had hoped that he would use that head start to benefit the continued progress of the city rather than repeating the slander politics of his past. I feel vindicated by the report of the auditors, even though they said their research was limited, because 11 people, including Plant Moran and some of the other notable administrators, refused to participate in what they felt was an intentional smear campaign. The forensic auditors also wanted me to keep my answers to them secret, but I copied the entire city council so the information would be made public and transparent. This was to escape the ongoing cover-up about matters that Mayor Grimal did not want included in that forensic audit. Under my administration, Pontiac was on a trajectory of success and enjoyed well-publicized progress, which changed the narrative of the city. I always did the right thing for Pontiac, and I shouldn't be persecuted at the personal political whim of Tim Grimal. The only thing that has happened to me since this so-called forensic audit was that other people around the state knew what I had done for this city, and the governor did appoint me to the Black Leadership Advisory Council of the state. So that's what I know. I'd like to hear what else has happened.
All right, thank you, Dr. Waterman. Ms. Claudia Filler.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Grimal, the citizens of Pontiac. I'm here, my name is Claudia Filler. I'm here representing CPRIA, the City of Pontiac Retired Employees Association. And as you know, we are in negotiations with the city to finalize the language on an amendment to the settlement agreement giving retirees health care that had been taken away in 2011. We are amending that. We're trying to amend the agreement to expand the class of retirees eligible for health care, to put some limitations on the city's liability, to do a number of things that are good both for the city and for the retirees. And we have come to an agreement in April. The mayor signed the term sheet. The CPRIA board of directors approved it, and the attorneys have been working on the language to prepare the amendment to take to the judge. It's been a long few months, but I think both sides, or both sets of attorneys have been working in good faith, and we're very, very close. And I'm here tonight to bring this to you, to let you know where we are, and I'm sure the mayor will make his comments on this too. But on the last we have heard, on the 25th of July, CPRIA submitted its comments back to the city. It agreed on most of the language that the city had proposed. And we have 3 small items that our attorney said will take 5 to 15-minute discussion to to get finalized. But we haven't heard anything now for a couple of weeks, and I'm hoping that, and I was still hoping that by the end of the day today, I would hear that there has been some communication about when we're going to get together to discuss this and get this finalized. I'm not here to point fingers. I'm here to urge the administration and thank all of the City Council for supporting the retirees in this effort. But let's just say, let's get it done. It's time to get it done, take it to the judge, and get this finalized so that this can be off your plate and the retirees can get what they deserve. Thank you very much.
Bavacqua. Yeah, it's Dean Bavacqua, 161 East Iroquois. I put my name on public comment in case I didn't get through everything during agenda address, and I'm glad I did because it's tough to get a lot in 2 minutes. So a couple little things. On the City of Pontiac, I currently serve as the Zoning Board of Appeals Chairman, and I serve as a commissioner on the Pontiac Housing Commission. One of the things I wanted to make sure that you folks knew is that I'm going to commit to representing everybody in my district, not just those in Seminole Hills. I know that can be a concern for some folks when they're coming out to try to represent just out of Seminole Hills. And I guess since I've got some time, maybe a little bit of shameless praise for you guys, because you don't hear it enough from this podium, I don't think. What you're doing up there is difficult. I know because I've done it. If you're doing it properly, it's hard work, and it can be pretty thankless. So I just want to say thanks for what you guys do. I think that you're doing a good job of trying to hold the administration accountable, but doing it respectfully. I think you guys are, disagreeing sometimes, but not being disagreeable. And if I'm given the opportunity to sit up there, I'll try to do the same sort of thing in the same spirit. And Mr. Grimel, I will still hold your feet to the fire when necessary. So thanks a lot for giving me an opportunity to speak, and everyone have a good night. Thanks.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm not here on the retirees this time. I'm here for my neighborhood. I do want to thank the powers to be that the 6 vacant lots on California between Franklin and Motor have been mowed. So I'm real glad about that. Still don't have the street sign for California and Motor, nor the speed bumps at Motor and Arthur. The other thing, that there are people coming in the neighborhood, and supposedly they're working with the city, taking pictures of various parcels. Now, I didn't get any information that this was going to occur on the south side. There's supposedly students from Oakland University so I'd like to know more about that as to what is actually going on. The other thing is my son owns some lots on Arthur, and he keeps it mowed. However, someone came over and mowed the lawn, and I thought it was the city. But he went down and he said the city didn't do it. But this week they came back again. The lawn was mowed 2 days prior. They started mowing, And I went over and I asked him, are you mowing out of the goodness of your heart? Because this is my property. And supposedly it's on a list to be mowed. I'm not understanding that. So I'd like to know who the companies are mowing for the city. Thank you.
There we go. Got that out the way. All right, I got a lot to get off my chest, so I hope I don't have to do the Ace Ventura bit, and I'm sure, Mike, you probably caught that one. But first off, I like to coin a phrase from Jay-Z, men lie, women lie, but numbers don't. So I like to congratulate the Charter Revision Board for getting the charter passed. It's obvious and clear based off the numbers and the voters that spoke that there were some issues going on within our political system that needed to be changed. So just, you know, as a vote of confidence, I'm glad that we are moving the needle forward in any possible way that we possibly can. Secondly, I'd like to congratulate the council and the administration as a whole based off of the McCarroll project and getting it going. And I'd like to thank Councilwoman James first for inviting us to the meeting last night, which was very impactful for me. And I'm glad that you all accepted the information that the community had to submit regarding this project. And I am open to giving any more helpful information that I possibly can to come up with solutions versus being part of the problem, because I refuse to sit on the sideline and talk when I can get in the game and play. Thirdly, now I also like to get to some of the things that's on a lighter note, but it means something passionate to me. This program with these children at the Summer Hangout has been great. We have been making a lot of impactful change with the children. I've been seeing a change in their demeanor, a change in their respect level, and I like to thank the parents for trusting us with their children. We are continuously looking for support and volunteers and help because we are very understaffed, but we are not giving up on the mission because the children are our future. And the last thing that I want to talk about is I want to give people their flowers when their flowers are due. I like to thank, first off, Councilwoman James for all of your support, because this is your district that we're doing this in, and I really appreciate it. I'm glad that we are learning to put politics aside and look at the bigger picture of what moves Pontiac forward. And last but not least, I'd like to thank my district councilwoman, Councilwoman Rutherford, for all of her support and all of her advice and all of the things that she's been doing behind the scenes to make this project be impactful. There are a few other names that I want to throw out there, like the Mark Hollins, the Kermits, the William Carringtons as well, not to take nothing away from anybody else, but these people have been very impactful and constantly giving me phone calls, giving me support, as well as giving me resources and helping me find resources. So I just want to be very, very humbled by this experience and say thank you all. And I hope that we can continue to move the needle forward without any bureaucracy or political games in between. So thank you all. Have a great night.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mika Ramsey, Darlene Clark, you're the final public commenter tonight.
Good evening. Somebody left their phone up here too. I usually speak facts. I don't come up here to be confrontational for the most part. When I mentioned the former mayor's name regarding I don't ever think I mentioned the forensic audit per se. I might have mentioned some activities that I thought were a little suspect that required a forensic audit. But I just wanted to say that under the Waterman administration, small business resources went to pay the sheriff's contract because she did not do what she needed to do in a timely manner. She had 2 state of the city addresses using money that the city desperately needed to go into the communities. No money, Not 1 cent came from the city of Pontiac during COVID for small businesses. Resources came from the county. Now, the city might have slapped a label on some stuff, but there was at no point in time any financial resources. And so, as people come up here and try to bombard the current administration and the council for their lack of work, planning, and vision, the fact that the former council didn't even trust that that administration could spend the money in the way that they needed to, and so they blocked it. I don't understand why people can continue to say things that are not true, that are disingenuous, that are spreading dis and misinformation and causing a lot of residents heartache. Small businesses, we don't got time for politics. We need money. We need resources. And while people are playing politics, coming to the town halls that y'all have, speaking for everybody, but ain't nobody asked them to say anything, and taking up all the time from people who are actually coming up here to ask questions, to get the information, to actually fill out the applications. I feel it's ludicrous. And somebody mentioned my name, you're going to stop, because every time you do, I'm going to come right behind you and point out all the stuff you did. Leave me alone. I want to go home. Also, I live at 296 Second, and it's a dead end of a cul-de-sac. And I have been for the past 20, 21, 22, 23, 4 years cutting the grass, paying $65 for the first 2 years and $75 for land that does not belong to me. But the grass gets so high and we got the wilderness over there and animals, so I get it cut. I have not cut that grass this year because I'm waiting for y'all to come and patrol and write a ticket so whoever owns it can start paying for it and I can keep my money to myself. So 296 Second, the cul-de-sac, my yard is cut. All the other grass that needs to be cut is really high, and y'all need to find whoever. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Darlene Clark. No problem.
Sorry about that, guys. First of all, I want to talk to, Linda has spoke on the surveyor people that came into the neighborhood today. On Tuesday, I usually work from home, especially for council meeting, and I also encountered the surveyors. And what I did speak to them for about 20 minutes, and what they brought to our attention that Alexander Borsinger had a grant for mapping in the city of Pontiac. The problem was that, and they're going to be here. They've been here now for 2 months. They will be here well until the end of the year. They don't work every day. They work only on certain good days. They just upped the team. But the problem was that the city, and they're going to do the whole city of Pontiac, the residents was not notified. It was not put in a newsletter. It was not put in mailing to address the people, because when you see people taking pictures of your property, it makes you wonder what's going on. And the people that they have out there are young people. They're not older people. They're young kids. So hate that, and they have the city name on their chest. It will be a travesty that one of the children get hurt. And they're kids, they're college students. But when people don't know who you are and you're taking pictures, you're bringing up some ill feelings. So that's what that's about. What I want to bring to the administration, now that the charter has passed, and let me take my time in this, and now that the rec is in progress, the bridge is in progress, you have businesses coming in here that's actually getting very good tax breaks. 10 years tax where they don't have to pay taxes. But the problem is that you got 30% homeowners, and the bills are going to fall upon the homeowners. Please tell me if the council or the administration can tell me what is it that the city of Pontiac has to help the people, the homeowners and the residents to make a profit. What entity do they have? we don't want to hear about the future. We want to hear about today. We want to know today, do we have something that can make money to put into our pocket? Is there something out there, some kind of, I don't know how to say it. I mean, is it something to bring money into the city? Not jobs, but money themselves today to help the residents where they don't have to fear future taxes. Our taxes are going to go up with all the investors that you have coming in. Once again, it's going to fall on the homeowners. So what are you, council and administration, going to do for the resident to give them relief?
Thank you, Ms. Clark. President McGinnis, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Pro Tem Carrington. Thank you, Pro Tem. Thank you, everyone that took the time to share your public comment. The City Council also received 9 written comments as well. The discussions, we are now at number 10 on the agenda, Pontiac Charter Revision Proposal, Election Outcome. You heard that. So I made this agenda before we even knew the outcome, wanted to make sure we reported out to the community. So I'm grateful to the Charter Revision Commission's leadership, not only for their service over the last few years and the hundreds and hundreds of hours they put in, but tonight also giving an update so the community was aware of that. So next steps will be an ongoing process. And I really just wanted to flag for the community that at future city council meetings, we will give updates when we've got something new in terms of the implementation of the charter. The charter is the city's governing document. It determines our structure and what is required to operate and function as a city government. So a lot of the changes that you, the people, have now enacted, we've got to fill in and reinforce it with ordinances or update the ordinances so that way it aligns with the charter language that was adopted. So we'll keep you updated. It'll come through multiple readings of different charter revisions, and if there's something that's not ordinance level changed, we'll try and give you regular updates and keep the communication flowing. Occasionally there will be times where there might be difficulty determining exactly how that's best to be implemented. And we'll have to consult with our city attorneys. As the Charter Revision Commission mentioned, they've got legal resources who they helped draft that document. So we're going to work through it. We're going to get through it together as a community. We can do it. We got this far. We were working with a charter that was starting to chug and wheeze after a few decades. It had language in there for a city hospital, and we haven't had a city hospital for a good long time, and a lot of other very outdated provisions. So we're going to be able to get through now having a more modern charter and work through together if there's any difficulty through that process. So I just really wanted to make that point. Thank again the citizens for having your voice heard. The decision was resounding, and so now we do the next phase of the hard work, which is implementing that charter. City Council staff has already gone through and sort of identified the many different portions of the charter that will need to have further council action in terms of updating ordinances, and it's dozens of them. So it's going to be a lot of work on City Council and on us as a community, but we'll be able to get through it. And as I mentioned, we'll consult and bring on, legal resources if it's further clarifications needed. And the beauty of what the new charter does, it builds in there a regular review. So that way the community can provide feedback if through this first few years we're like, we caught something, or this isn't really working the way the citizens envisioned, that a new sort of round of changes can be proposed. And that's built in to make it a little bit more regular and proactive than, oh gosh, it's been decades and we really need to make this clunky thing viable again. So it's healthy for us to keep assessing, reviewing, and making it stronger. And this city council is committed to doing our part. And of course, us as a city council are impacted by that changes as well. The new charter spells out, as many of you, since you're frequent and loyal attendees or viewers, you know this better than most, but the charter changed. It still remains. The overall function and structure of government remains the same, but the way in which council members are elected changes slightly. The way in which the council leadership and the council president and their functions is going to be changing. And we have to, as a city council, now redistrict. It does not impact this current council. So if you live in one today, unless you're moving, you're in one until the end of this current council term. That's not what needs to change. But there's been a decade annual census that's happened, the biennial census. This is the first election since that census results is in. So we got to make sure that the districts have equal population. We now have to draw that for 6 instead of 7, since there will be 1 at large. So we are going to, in the coming months, bring that to, it's a city council decision. We have to agree to those maps, so you'll be able to weigh in, you'll be able to review it, you'll be able to see if that makes sense for you in the future. We have formally requested the clerk's office to engage with those that have helped in the past. The county has been a great professional resource in previous decades, and we want to see if that's still an option. But I really just want to give a very broad status update, so you now know the results, and we as the city council, working with the city's staff, city's attorney, city's mayor and leadership, to work through the implementation phase. And so I just wanted to lay that out. Is there any further discussion on the charter? Clerk Doyle.
So thank you, Mr. President. The way that the charter was written, this new charter becomes effective after the certification of the election. The certification of the election will normally occurs within 2 weeks. So basically 2 weeks from Tuesday, which pretty much around August 20th, this charter becomes in effect. So just want the public to.
Yeah, thank you for that. So we'll update the community on a regular basis when the certification has happened. And there are certain elements of the charter that has a more date-specific or phase-in specific element. But that's part of the difficulty. We're going to have to work through that to make sure that we are upholding and implementing the will of the people, what the charter called for. And there'll be some growing pains, but we'll get through it. And so we'll keep the community updated. And a lot of this is going to have to come before us. That sausage making will be on full display for you to see us implement it. Anyone further want to share anything else?
I do have a question.
Councilman Rutherford.
So in the charter, because it was approved, it stated that we would go to every 2 weeks meeting. When does that start?
So the language in the charter states that right now, the 1982 charter says that we must meet weekly. City council must meet weekly. So we've, in the last few years, it's been Tuesdays. I can remember back in the day, and Pro Tem Emeritus Carter can remember this firsthand, they used to be, well, actually it's Thursday tonight, but they used to regularly meet on Thursdays, but they were always satisfying that charter requirement that there must be weekly meetings. The new charter that the people have just enacted, which will go in effect in a few weeks, says that there has to be at least 2 a month. Now, that doesn't mean it can only be 2 a month, but it means that mandate, the city must hold 2 per month. And so, yes, City Attorney Gurley, you want to share further?
Right. It says no less than 2 meetings per month.
Yeah. So that means that during busy season, budget adoptions, we could have 7, we could have 8 meetings in a month, and which is often what we do. I know it's rough, but the point is that we aren't saying, like around the holiday time, that we must have a meeting the week between Christmas and the New Year. That might be a week where when we're adopting, it would be like, we're able to get it done in 2 or 3 times that month. It doesn't have to be every 4 weeks. So that's something that City Council staff will start to look at. We might be, it'll be a few weeks before that would be an option to us. We have adopted our annual meeting calendar at the beginning of the year, as we do every year. So the annual meeting calendar has already been adopted with the concept of it having to must be every week. So the formal action is we would potentially bring an updated council calendar that might identify, hey, you know what, Thanksgiving week, let's all have some fun and then come back the following week. But we got to make sure it works. The purpose of rules and procedures is to make sure that we can govern and handle the business. That's part of what was making it so challenging to say you must meet weekly. You also don't want to be told you can only meet once, because that could be really rough and it might backlog a lot of progress or projects and decisions that need to be made. So right now we do have our calendar, and until that change, the calendar continues. But as the clerk shared, once that is, the new charter is in effect, we have the ability to revise that meeting schedule that might not always have to be weekly.
Through the chair.
Oh, yes, go, Madam Attorney.
To piggyback on what you just stated, there are some changes that can happen immediately, as you stated, and then others where we have a time period. So, for example, with redistricting, looking at the time frames, that must be done within 6 months before the primary. So we're looking at around February where that needs to happen in order to meet the 4 months time frame that's in the new charter for everything to be completed with the redistricting.
Yeah. And in that instance, of course, the charter might be, and state law might say one thing, but a best practice is that, well, we want to know so that way you can know and you can plan accordingly for what people might want to be pursuing different offices.
Yes.
So
I'm sorry, the mayor did have his hand before you. Yes, Mayor Greimel.
Well, I think you summed everything up well, so I don't really have a lot to add other than I appreciate city council staff already digging into the charter. As you can sense, our city attorney has also started digging into the charter, and I think the most immediate need is just to make sure that we have a full understanding of the legal effect of everything in the charter, and as has already been discussed, when exactly different provisions take effect.
Councilman Rutherford.
So also, the clerical errors, would that be addressed now that it's passed?
I don't have an immediate answer to that. My understanding is that what's adopted is the charter, and there's the opportunity to revise it in the future that exists, in the new charter, in terms of the revision process. But I don't have the legal expertise on that.
I know, that's why I'm asking the administration.
So as far as clerical errors?
Clerical.
As long as they don't change the substance,
okay,
then they're neither here nor there. We would like for it to be, as perfect as possible, but as long as it doesn't change substantively, they would remain. And I see that with other charter revisions as well. So it's not unique to Pontiac.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further discussion? Councilwoman James.
I just wanted to make a comment that I would like to see us possibly enact some lunch and learn for council so that we can kind of go over the charter, over the some of the legal ramifications, if that's possible, try to set something up, some kind of learning experiences.
Okay.
So that we can all be on the same page. You can read something but not be aware of all of the ramifications of it. So I think it would be good to get some legal assistance so that we all have a clear understanding of each of the, elements of the charter.
Understood. Thank you for that. Mayor?
Well, I do want to say in conclusion, and there may be other comments to come, but at least in conclusion of my remarks on the subject, I really want to thank the 9 charter revision commissioners, because these are folks who have been active in the community in a lot of ways and really stepped up to the plate and put in an enormous amount of time over several years, and they got paid a whopping $0 to do it. I mean, this was a purely volunteer effort, and all 9 of them were very deliberative, very thoughtful, came at this with a very intelligent approach, and just really poured their lives into this important effort. And as a result, I think we got a great product at the end of it. I'm sure not everyone's going to agree with every single aspect of it, but on balance, I think it's a really solid document that does a lot of really great positive things for our community. So I'm very grateful to all of the charter commissioners, in particular, the chairwoman of the commission, Tamika Ramsey. So many thanks to all of them.
Amen. Further discussion on this topic? Clerk Doyle.
So thank you, Mr. President. The main thing from the clerk's perspective, the charter does require the clerk now to keep a journal of proceedings in English and Spanish. So we will be needing some assistance with, I guess, bringing in an interpreter who can translate the minutes into Spanish once the charter becomes in effect. And then the council has to make some appointments to the election commission, because I think there are 2 seats that the council can appoint, and the mayor gets an appointment to the election commission. And there is some business that.
And we would want that done prior to the general election.
Yeah, we would want that done in the next couple of weeks, because there are some meetings that we need to have.
And that's a great example. I didn't really flag it, but translation services, that would have a financial impact. So we may also have budget amendments that we'll consider, or other modifications beyond just ordinance changes. We've got to, make it work. And that sometimes means updates to staff, updates to to services or professional services. Councilwoman James.
Yes, I just want to also, you've already said that we want to commend the commission because they did do a wonderful job. But I also want to commend my colleagues here on the council because I think Pontiac took a giant step forward with that election. There were issues, I think all of us had issues with some part of the charter. There were parts that we liked, there were parts that we didn't like. But we made that commitment that we were going to leave this up to the voters and that we would not do anything to try and persuade the residents of how they should vote in this election. We did everything. I think every councilman up here had the Charter Revision Committee at their meetings, and we supported them in every way that we could. So, I mean, this is unprecedented, I think, for Pontiac. So it makes me feel good as a resident and as a council person that we really acted responsibly, and we acted in the best interest of the residents of the city of Pontiac. So I want to commend the council as well as the Charter Revision Commission. Thank you.
Clerk, go ahead.
Mr. President, the Vice Chair, Mr. Williams, stated, but I also want to thank my staff. Sheila Grandison provided, one of the deputy city clerks provided a number of support hours for the Charter Commission. Jonathan Starks pinch hit it a couple times, and then I myself had to pitch it a couple times. So I just want to commend my staff for all the support they gave the Charter Commission. Thank you.
Very good. And on that note, a round of applause to all the employees and election workers of the city clerk's office that pulled off the primary election. And that's, of course, implementing a lot of new reforms and a lot of new laws as voter access has been expanded in Michigan. And it's just going to get even more intense come a few weeks from now with the general election that now is before us. Hearing nothing further, we're going to move to number 11 on the agenda. It's the District 2 City Council vacancy appointment process underway. Wanted to give you a status update. As you've heard in the last number of weeks, we've provided weekly updates at the City Council for you. Councilman Brett Nicholson, who the voters in 2021 elected to represent them and their district on the City Council for a 4-year term, his time and tenure concluded per the city charter that has been in existence. It's got language about continuous absences that weren't excused, or his seat was vacated a number of weeks ago. We shared that there will be an opportunity. The City Council is tasked with the responsibility of filling that vacancy, of appointing a replacement. And so that had an application process. We received 14 applications. That deadline has concluded as of earlier this week. And so now City Council and staff is reviewing the eligibility of those applicants to make sure it complies with the current city charter. And we'll look at the future one too, but I'm sure it mirrors the eligibility requirements. And we will provide the process going forward. We'll be conducting interviews with applicants, and we are intending to ultimately bring that decision to the City Council next Tuesday, which is pretty quick, but we're trying to be very expeditious with fulfilling our responsibility. We will update you on the process, and if it needs a few more days time, we still have that ability to continue. Is that why Mr. Northcross called? Is it your phone that's on the podium? All right, Rosalind Northcross, come on down. You earn yourself a free phone. Is it still there, the phone that was at the podium? All right, it's a cell phone miracle. So I apologize. I'll get my brain back. So we're just giving you an update on the District 2 process that in the coming days we'll be conducting interviews, and we'll bring that decision. Ultimately, it will be made in this public meeting, and then that new individual will be serving for the balance of the term that will go to the end of next year. So approximately a year and a half remaining. Of course, that is contingent on the city clerk swearing them in, but we might get really crazy and they might take their seat as soon as next week. But it may be the week that follows. I just wanted to make sure that you had that status update. And we did communicate with all the homes in District 2, so that way they had contact information and knew that they can reach out to City Council leadership, City Council staff, if there's any issues that arise. And that's what I got, kind of the status update. Thank you to council members for providing your feedback so far on the applications that we receive, and for sacrificing a lot of time to be able to finagle the interviews in a pinch. Any final discussion? All right, we'll keep the community updated, and of course, really what we want to do is be able to get back to full capacity, all 7, so that way the 8,500 to 9,000 people that live in Great District 2 are able to have their voice heard on the City Council and served in the many different roles and functions that a council person fulfills. All right, with that, hearing nothing further, the next discussion item, mainly an FYI, but it's important information. The Pontiac Small Business Support grant applications are now open. They are now open, and we've received from the information based in part on last week's conversation about the eligibility, and we'll give the floor to the mayor and staff to bring light to that.
Michael.
Yes, so at long last, we are making progress here, and we look forward to not just the applications being open, but them being reviewed and ultimately grants awarded. But we also have some additional news fresh off the press about the loan program. So I want to turn it over to our Economic Development Manager, Deborah Younger, who's been doing work in a lot of different areas. I'm sure folks recognize that, because it seems like every single council agenda she's here to talk about one of the initiatives that she's working on. So I want to thank her for her hard work and turn it over to her, give a full Small Business Assistance update.
Okay. Thank you again, Council, Mayor, and residents. We've had several town halls on the Small Business Grant Program. After deliberations, there was concern about credit scores being utilized for the grant administration of the grant. We have heard the residents, and we will remove that requirement. At this August 15th, next week, there will be another small business symposium at Bowen Center from 6 to 8. All businesses who have applied for grants, people who have applied for technical assistance, and the community at large are welcome to come out. We're going to have some best practice speakers, some business owners who who've been successful in the community, people like QT Solutions who are offering assistance to applicants, and some new businesses that you may not all know of that are here in Pontiac that are emerging. So that'll be the 15th. Applications close out for grants September 1st. Just today, we've been negotiating with several banks and others to try to get someone to service our loan fund, and I had a call at 4 o'clock, and before I came up here at 6, we got a call that our local credit union, Genesee, has agreed to service the loans. So I'll be getting back to you with details on that as we negotiate the terms and conditions. But they have agreed in general to be a servicer, so we're extremely excited about that. So we'll be able to launch the loan programs very soon as well. I've been struggling. No bank wanted to take on that role, so thank you very much to Genesis, who is going to service the loans as part of our small business program.
Councilman Rutherford, followed by Pro Tem Karen.
2 questions. So with the business that are when they are approved and they receive the grant, is the income tax going to be making sure, verifying that everybody's in good standing? That's the first question. The second question is, who is verifying that the individuals actually live in the city of Pontiac and or have an address here? Because when we had the meeting before, we had several people who have applied and they know they don't live here. What they did was use a business address saying that their business here, but in actuality, it's a conduit. So who's verifying those things?
We will have staff that does that, just as well as we'll have income tax verify. The documents that they have to submit in support of the business will support verifying where they live and where the business is located, and we have staff assigned that will do that.
And well as good standing, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. First, I want to thank you guys for revisiting the credit score and here in the community, as well as the council. Concerning the grants, this is strictly for-profit businesses, right? Not nonprofits?
No nonprofits.
Okay. And I'm assuming that the loan program is definitely going to be based on a credit score since it's going through a bank process, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford?
So I wanted to know, for the certificates of occupancy, can you make sure that people know that they can get the individual certificates of occupancy? Because I know several individuals that are going to be applying, and their buildings not only do not have a certificate of occupancy, some of them are listed as being condemnable. So can you make sure that that information is given to those individuals as well?
Absolutely, and as some of you may be aware, there is such a thing as the micro business certificate of occupancy. We will be making sure that anybody applies, that applies to, will be able to avail themselves of that business licensing. But we still want to continue to work with the larger owners of the buildings to make sure that they come up to compliance. But we were making that information available, and that'll be some of the things that we share at this symposium next week.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this topic? And what's the deadline for the small business applications again?
September 1st.
September 1st. September 1st?
5
September
p.m.
1st. What
5
time?
p.m. 5 p.m.
5 p.m. Not midnight, not 11:59, but 5 p.m. September 1st. Thank you. We're at 13, seeking an update on city retiree benefits settlement conclusion. City Council's eager for good news. What do we know, Mayor Greimel?
Well, we do have good news. So first of all, I want to thank Claudia Filler, who spoke earlier, for her comments and for her collaboration around this work, because we wouldn't be making progress and on the cusp of concluding this without Cypria's hard work and collaboration. So many, many thanks to her leadership and everyone on Cypria. The actuarial study that is required is going to be done, we are told, by the actuary, and we've been told this really for the past couple weeks, so the actuary's been consistent. And I did check in with her this week, and she says we're still on track to have that finished next week. So the actuarial study that's required should be done next week. The one thing we're double and triple and quadruple checking on the city's end and on the district court's end is that the additional people who will be eligible to be covered by the VIVA are accurate, because part of what's required is a conclusive, determinative list of all of the individuals who are going to be listed. And we don't want to miss anybody. We obviously don't also want to include anybody who's not to be concluded. So that's the one thing we're working on our end, but we anticipate that too will be completed by next week. And then we'll be ready to come before City Council, get that approved, and then go to court. And I think we're going to be on track to at least file the court papers to get that ratified later this month. I did at one point make a prediction that we would have a judge's order by Labor Day. I don't think that's likely to happen, but I think we'll at least be in court and get the court dates set by the end of this month.
And so the actuarial study that's obligated and required, that does not require a city council vote because it's a professional services contract? Is that the gig?
Well, you raise a good point, actually, about that, and I'll have to confer with the city attorney, Joanne Gurley, about that. So let me check in as terms of whether that actually needs council approval. I know they've been working on it, but you raise a good point. I don't know that we can actually get the results or pay for it unless we have city council approval. So I would ask Joanne Gurley her opinion on that.
Okay, and that's really my point. I'm not trying to gum it up. I just want to make sure if there's something that council is required to do, that we're landing on our marks.
Understood. I'm actually glad you raised that question. So we will check on that as well.
Okay, and then what comes before council ultimately is we have to authorize the settlement, reconsideration or the final.
So we have the basic terms agreed to, as you know, but what city council will need to vote on is the actual legalese settlement agreement.
Okay.
And attached to that will be the exhibits with additional individuals who will qualify for VIVA retiree health care benefits. And that's what will be voted on by city council.
Okay. Further discussion? All right, we'll keep revisiting that, but there may be action even sooner than that. And thank you to those who were here this evening that provided further perspective. All right, that concludes discussions. We are at number 14 on the agenda. It's a resolution to proceed in a closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268 on subsection 1 and subsection D to consider the purchase or lease of real property. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that we move into closed session per the provisions of Michigan's compiled laws in that section. I do want to state that we'll be out there for a minute. We'll vote to come back from closed session and then resume the balance of the meeting, which has communications and mayor's update and closing comments. So that'll be the balance of the meeting. There is, for probably 15 more minutes, a free outdoor concert at Murphy Park. And I realize midway through this meeting, I was supposed to be introducing those bands, so I have failed in that duty. I just got into city council meeting zone, and I was going to try and be extra and run back and forth, but I have failed, so I apologize to those involved in the concert process. The concert has started. So with that, the motion is before us. Is there any further discussion on the resolution to move into closed session? Hearing none, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We move into closed session at 8:48 p.m. Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we move to come out of closed session. Hearing no discussion? Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on the motion to come out of closed session.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries, and we are out of closed session at 10:22 p.m. We continue with the existing City Council agenda. For the sake of time, there are public communications written on the agenda that you may access. We give the floor now to Mayor Grimel to share his communication.
Well, to the extent that anyone's still watching from home, I do just want to share that we do have a Pontiac Master Plan webinar coming up on Monday, August 12th at 2 p.m. There are going to be lots of opportunities for public input and participation, including in-person town halls. But the most immediate next opportunity is the Pontiac Master Plan webinar, which again is Monday, August 12th at 2 p.m. And you can participate in this on Facebook, facebook.com/Pontiac City Hall. You can also get information by going to the city's website. And then in addition, I want to announce that my annual State of the City address will be taking place on Monday, September 23rd at the Flagstar Strand Theater at 12 North Saginaw Street in downtown. Doors open at 6 p.m. and the event will kick off at 6:30 p.m.
Thank you. Closing comments, Mayor Grimel.
I will pass in the interest of time. It's getting late.
Clerk Doyle.
No comments, Mr. President.
Councilman Parker.
No comment, Mr. President.
Councilwoman James.
No comment?
Councilman Rutherford. All right, Pro Tem Carrington.
No comments tonight.
Councilman Rutherford.
I'm going to swing it this way. I want to first say I just want people to get to the place where we can disagree and not be disagreeable. I think it is so disrespectful when people feel like they can use that podium to disrespect people that were in leadership, even if we don't agree with it. I think it's so disrespectful. And I only say that because when I was on that side, I used to do that until I realized on this side that some things just best not said. And I just wish people would get to the point where they don't feel like they have to bully people or pop off to make their point. It is so draining to see that from both sides. On another note, we have a peace rally in District 1 on August the 31st. I want to thank my partners on this council who have been so supportive financially to this District 1, Mr. Councilman William Parker, Mikhail Goodman, President Mike McGinnis, and myself, being a part of doing something that means so much so that people can come and actually see what peace looks like. We're going to have actual vendors there that have on-site jobs being job interviews. We're going to have ponies and camels and rides, and it's all free. And it's located at the Rotary Park, and it's from 11 to 5. I also want to thank my community partner, Resurrection Back to Life, for helping me coordinate this. This is the second annual Peace Rally. Thirdly, I want to also announce that we do have a District 1 meeting, which is going to be not on the 5th Saturday this month due to the Peace Rally, but the 4th Saturday from 3 to 5 at the Creative Arts Center. And I also want to congratulate the Arts Commission for doing amazing jobs for the Art in the Park this summer, Music in the Park this summer. Last but certainly not least, I ask that you pray for Dr. Jeffrey Martin's family. I ask that you pray for Pastor Martin's family. And I ask that you pray for Trinity Baptist Church family. We had a tragedy that happened to one of our members this week. And I want people to know that you don't have to stay in domestic violence situations. And there is help available because no one should have to lose their life because they want to leave. So I say, God bless you, God keep you, God bless your hands upon you, may God give you peace, may God bless your family, and have a good night.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Mike McGinnis, representing District 7 on the City Council. Want to remind our neighbors on the east side that our monthly meeting is this coming Monday, August 12th at 7 p.m., held at Prospect Missionary Baptist Church at the corner of Sanford and Prospect in District 7, 7 to 9 p.m. It's free and open to all. All residents, of course, from our side of town or others that might want to get their questions answered or be a part of the community conversation. Food and refreshments are provided. And since it's August and it should be beautiful weather, I'll try and think of something fun to hand out to incentivize participation even further. So join us for the next District 7 monthly East Side community meeting this next Monday, August 12th. Most of anything else I'd say we said earlier tonight. Thank you all, City Council, for your sacrifice tonight. We delved into a lot of topics, made a lot of progress. And Kathleen Lee James, are those new glasses? Yes. They look good. They look good. All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman James, that we adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We stand adjourned at 10:28 p.m. Be safe.